The Monday, August 1st, public hearing at 5:30 p.m. for the City of Tampa's Architectural Review Commission. Welcome, everyone. I'm Shauna Boyd, Chair of the Commission. If you are here to present a project, you will have limited time to make your presentation, so we suggest being thorough but concise. When coming to the microphone, you'll need to identify yourself and your relationship to the project. Commissioners will not ask any questions during your presentation. Your project should be presented in the following order: site plan, elevations, architectural details, and wall sections. Staff will then present their staff report. We will then ask for public comment, and following your presentation, the commissioners will be asking questions in the same order as the presentation. Please state and spell your name clearly. If you're here to speak for or against a project, your time will be limited to 3 minutes. So take some time now to summarize your comments, because 3 minutes goes by very quickly. Following public comment, the applicant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal. The public hearing will then be closed. The only comments which will be allowed after the public hearing is closed will be in response to any questions from the commissioners. The commissioners will discuss the case and will make their decision based on the City Ordinance, Chapter 27 of the City Zoning Code, the Design Guidelines, the Secretary of Interior Standards, Historic Preservation Development Review, HPDRC comments, and the testimony given at this public hearing. The ARC can only act on items that are within our specific jurisdictional responsibility. Owners/agents are independently responsible to obtain any appropriate permits and or approvals. If you haven't already done so, please silence your cell phones. And I'll ask my commissioners to introduce themselves, starting on my right.
Dan Myers, architect.
John Prokop, I practice architecture.
Stephen Sutton, architect. I also hold the architectural historian chair.
We also have legal here today, Kamaria Pettismackle. With us today also is Dennis Fernandez, Ron Vila, Amenta Owen, thank you, and Kamaria Pettismackle. Now we will go to the meeting minutes. May I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes from last month? That's July 11th and 13th.
I move that this board accept the minutes of the ARC Review Commission for the dates of July 11th and July 13th, 2022 be accepted as presented.
I second the motion.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. And Dennis Fernandez will give us some announcements.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. Welcome to you and to our clients and applicants and public this evening. We are here for the August 1st ARC public hearing. We'll also be holding a second part of our August cycle on Wednesday, August 3rd for additional hearings. I do have the staff approvals from both June and July, which have been provided to the clerk and will be added into the record. And then I did want to remind you, next month during the public hearing cycle, we will be having a little irregular meeting date. So we have normally the first Monday and first Wednesday is when we meet, but because of the conflicts with the availability of this room, we are meeting on Wednesday, September 7th and Wednesday, September 14th as an alternative. So that is reflected on your calendar, but I did want to remind you, because it is a little bit irregular, we'll be sending you some email reminders of that as well. And with that, we're ready to move on to our disclosure of ex parte communication and conflicts of interest with our legal counsel.
Good evening, Commissioners. Kamaria Pettismackle from the City Attorney's Office. Will the commissioners please state whether or not they have any conflicts of interest regarding any of the items that are listed on the agenda?
I have none.
Thank you. Additionally, will the commissioners please state whether or not they've had any ex parte communications regarding any of the items that are on the agenda?
None.
None.
Thank you.
And now I'll ask Ron Vila to review the continuations for this evening.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ron Vila, staff for Historic Preservation. Under continuations, we have two. We're going to need two separate motions as we move forward because they've been continued to two separate dates. The first one is ARC 22-273 for the address of 330 Hyde Park Avenue. This was requested by the agent to continue to the August 3rd, which is our Wednesday public hearing on 2022 at 5:30 p.m. And if I could get a motion for that, please.
I move that ARC 22-273 at 330 Hyde Park Avenue be continued to the August 3rd, 2022 public hearing at 5:30 p.m.
I will second that motion.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Against? Motion carries.
Thank you. And the second continuation is ARC 21-364. This is for the address of 818 South Edison Avenue. This was requested also by the agent to continue to the November 7th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. And if we could get a motion for that one, please.
I move that ARC 21-364 at 818 South Edison Avenue be continued to the November 7th, 2022 public hearing to take place at 5:30 p.m.
I will second that motion.
All in favor? Motion carries.
At this time, if everybody could stand up that's going to testify, please stand up and raise your right hand, including staff.
Okay. Everyone raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you will be giving this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
With that, we're ready for our first case, and Ron can introduce the case.
The first case is ARC T-22-02/ARC-T-22-05. This is for the address of 818 South Orleans Avenue. This is the Hyde Park Historic District. The primary structure is a contributing structure that dates back to 1917. The underlying zoning is RS 60. The request this evening is for an ad valorem tax exemption, parts 1 and part 2. They're going to do them jointly. You're going to see a presentation of pre-rehabilitation and then post-rehabilitation. The client has been advised that he has 15 minutes to do the presentation. The ad valorem is a preservation tool that we use in the historic districts to provide some relief as the project moves forward. Under past action on page 3 of your staff report, this did come forward and receive approval for the site and the exterior elevations. Once again, the client was advised he's going to briefly go through some of the exterior work, and then once they go inside, they're going to show you a floor plan, walk you around a little bit, and then show you the features in the inside that are period appropriate and consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. At this time, I'd like to go through a brief photo presentation. I'm only going to show about 7 pictures. The ad valorem is very heavily executed with photos, so I don't want to steal his thunder, but just to get you a sense of reference as we move forward. Once again, this is on 818 South Orleans. It's mid-block. Primary structure does face Orleans. There is an alley that runs north and south behind the project. You have Inman to the north. You have Morrison to the south. This is just looking at an aerial. Once again, you have Inman, you have Hyde Park Village off to the west, and then you have Morrison to the south. This is looking at the primary structure. The agent will go through what was the structure prior to the additions that were reviewed and approved by this board. But this is the front elevation. This is the south elevation. And then moving to the north elevation, which encompasses a porte-cochere and a bonus room upstairs. This is looking just through the porte-cochere and that bonus room upstairs, so it was part of the addition. Also, part of the addition was in the rear, has a screened-in patio, and this is just showing some craft paper here, showing the period-appropriate addition to the back with the proportions on the screened-in porch, and just showing that the work is still proceeding as we speak, but it's coming to a conclusion. At this time, I'll have the agent, Jim Lloyd, address the board. Jim, you can come to the podium.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jim Lloyd with Lloyd Craftsman. I'm the contractor on the project. This is Kevin Woods, the homeowner. Mr. Woods approached us in 2019 to construct a historic addition to their home that was built in 1917, as Ron mentioned. It was very important that we stick to the historic nature of the exterior features as well as the interior features. That was a very important thing for him to make sure that we did that, and I feel like we have, so my presentation here is kind of going to go over that. The home is it's a two-story Hyde Park Craftsman with a large porte-cochere. It's got an open front porch, the width of the house, and it's got a detached two-car garage that's non-contributing. The structure itself, the main home, is built in 1917, as mentioned. It's a contributing home to the Hyde Park National Historic District. This is the site plan. Yeah, I gotcha. Thanks. Perfect, thank you. So this shows the footprint of the existing home here, and then the detached garage. And then this was the addition of the footprint, which was pretty minor in the grand scheme of the project. These are the existing front and rear elevation, or this is the existing and proposed front elevation of the project facing west. So this is existing. There was an existing porte-cochere with a little fence detail on top. And then when we added part of the addition work was to build a second floor over the porte-cochere. This is the existing and proposed rear elevation, which you'll see looks similar. This section of the house was built out to accommodate an additional bedroom upstairs, 2 bedrooms upstairs. And then the screen porch that was here, we actually recreated and we brought that back a little bit. This is the south elevation, existing and proposed. You can see there was not a second floor above this section of the home. We added a second floor and also pushed that back about 10 feet and then moved the screen porch back. And then that's the existing and proposed north elevation showing the porte-cochere, and then adding second floor addition over that porte-cochere. We also added a little side door from the mudroom and had this is the addition, which we kept the corner boards, delineating where the original back of the house was and then adding on from there. Ron wanted me to show some floor plans too. So that's the existing first floor plan. And then I highlighted here on this page where we added the space in the back to add on a kitchen and family room and the screen porch. And then this was the existing second floor. that's the new second floor showing the added bedroom suite over the porte-cochere, master bedroom, exercise room, and bedroom in the back. This is that was the existing front elevation of the home. And this was the post-rehabilitation photo of the front of the home with a close-up of what we did on the porte-cochere. So you'll see kind of the relationship with the old windows and the new windows, which I'll get into details on that. That was the existing rear elevation. And then that's the new one. So we extended the home back there and then recreated the screened-in porch. So, getting into some of the details here. So, these were the front columns on the original portion of the front porch, and it's kind of hard to see, but they were tapered columns, but they actually had a belly to them. The columns that were on the porte-cochere that was constructed originally didn't have that belly. They were more of just a straight column, so we wanted to recreate that detail on the porte-cochere. So again, it's a small detail and it's kind of hard to see, but we kind of bellied the columns now, so they all match. We took all the proportions of what the original columns were and recreated those on the porte-cochere. And then there were also some moldings that were on these columns that somebody previously had gone through and just bought a stock molding off the shelf and, tried to replace some moldings. So we actually had knives made and remade moldings that went around the the columns, as well as the crown molding at the top, crown molding at the bottom. They were all replaced and repainted, restored to look like what the original home had. This is a photo of the original home, so it shows kind of some of the original details of the corner boards, all the rafter tails, the exposed rafter tails. This kind of railing that, wasn't really part of anything historic, which we were putting the second floor on anyway, so it kind of killed two birds with one stone to replace that, take care of that. This is a close-up of the new details, so you can kind of see that, we continued the same belly band profile around the whole house. All the soffit and fascia details are all the same. Recreated whatever moldings we needed to redo to tie everything in around the rest of the house to match. This was the under home closure. It's a raised floor system, so somebody had put just some plastic lattice in there to cover up everything. So we went back to the historical guidelines and found the appropriate detail. So everything under the home existing, and we replaced the existing, and in the new section also got this picket detail that's more historically appropriate. These are the casement windows that were in the old portion of the elevation on the upstairs that I pointed out earlier. Those were in one of the bathrooms upstairs. So when we redid the elevation where it kind of tied in into the new, this is also another bathroom, so we needed higher windows. So we copied that detail with the windows, the 9/3 detail on that, or 6/3, I'm sorry. So it kind of, you can kind of see the old window there and the new windows there, so they tie in really well. This is one of the existing windows. So this is an 8 light/1. So you'll see all the new windows on the addition were all the same, 8/1. Matched the sizes as much as we could. All the casing details sill details, everything we recreated. The second floor windows are all engaged with the freeze board that goes around. You can see this was the original. So that all comes around and ties in. There's a couple little molding details here that we recreated. All the, rafter tails, again, like I mentioned, are all, if we didn't, we reused some of the ones that were on the house that we could take down. But we needed a few more. So we ended up making those, had knives cut to make those and match all that up. And then that's the rear of the porte-cochere, kind of the porte-cochere addition. So it's, again, showing belly band detail, windows engaged on the belly band and the freeze board at the top. This window actually needed to meet, excuse me, egress, because that was considered a bedroom. So we widened that as much as we could to make that an egress window, so it kind of actually lines up with the window that's below it in the dining room there. Getting to some of the interior details, this shows baseboard detail, plinth blocks, casing. So we, again, same thing, recreated those details, got knives made for all the casings and the plinth blocks and the baseboard. So this actually is a new door that goes up to the attic, which has the same detail, plinth block, casing, baseboard molding. And then this also shows some of the existing, so that we actually reused a lot of the door hardware that was on some of the existing doors in the house. So we reused as many of the existing doors as we could. I had to remake some of them, but they're the profile on the doors, I mean, you can't even tell the difference. They're just a 5-panel raised panel door that looks identical to what the original doors were. This is another close-up of the casing details. So these all match what was on the original house. And this is actually a new door. So you can see, I mean, between that door there and that door there, I mean, it's possible to tell the difference. This is the existing door hardware that was in the home. And we reused, like I said, those as much as we could. They're all mortise locks. And then, so again, this kind of shows the new stuff with everything. These are kind of two doors. This is an older door. This is a newer door. There's actually a wainscoting detail that we added in the hallway upstairs as well. It's a kind of a period-specific look. We did have to purchase a couple. I actually found some of the door plates and the door hardware from Schiller's. They actually had some of the stuff there that we were able to purchase and clean up and use. So some of them worked, but we were like, I think 2 or 3 pieces of hardware short, so I was able to source something that's, it's not exactly the same as far as with the scoops, but it's still got the plate. It's a unlacquered brass, so it'll tarnish over time like the old hardware did. One of my favorite items was the stair details. So these were all original paneled stair newel posts with a pine cap. And we needed to, there was a wall that was upstairs at the top of the stairs that we deleted. So we needed to actually come up with a newel post and handrail and balusters for that section. So this was the outcome. So there was a solid wall here. So we custom sourced everything to remake the newel posts, and then got some heart pine and actually found an old piece of heart pine at, I think it was Schiller's also, but it came out of the Bellevue Biltmore. So we were able to take a piece of that pine and mill it up, put it together, and Rome cut a knife for us to match the existing handrails, and then made us the little cap details so that, the original column newel post that's here with the handrail doesn't, matches exactly with the new section that we added in. There was actually, this section of handrail was actually a different style of rail that somebody had put in over the years that we took out and replaced with the same profile. So now the whole stair matches, and we refinished that. This is another view of the railing with the up-easing and everything. And then a view from below, looking up at that section. So when you walk in, this staircase is right at the entryway. So as soon as you walk in the door, you're staring at this. I mean, it really, I mean, you can't tell that this was an addition that was put on the house. We had just cleaned up some of the details on the front door. We didn't replace anything. That's the existing front door and side light. Okay. And then that's the new detail, which we just, like I said, we just kind of cleaned it up. You know, it's still got the mail slot. We put new house numbers on it. They got a couple of new gas lights, you know, that look a little nicer than that one. Just a fireplace detail that we refinished. And then this was just a couple of, just some picture moldings that we had replaced in the house. This is I'll make it quick, sorry. This is about a 6-foot wide pocket door that we refurbished and made operational again. And then Ron just wanted me to show a couple of the kitchen and baths are not, you know, we redid those as well to be in keeping with a home of this caliber. So while it's not, you know, original, that's the style. It's all shaker style cabinets. It's all, you know, it looks historical even though it's new stuff. Same thing with the bathrooms. That's one of the bathrooms that we did. And then that's one of the other bathrooms that we did. And then a close-up of the shower. So, thank you.
Thank you.
So Jim, that completes your presentation?
It does.
Thank you. Ron Vila, staff for Historic Preservation. Staff's find that the application is consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines for the exterior, and then when you go to the interior for the Secretary of Interior standards as well. We monitored this project throughout the whole process. We were probably involved with this more than we are with some of the other ad valorem because of just the nature of the environment there we were with COVID. The exterior elevations that he showed are consistent with the drawings that were approved by this board. And then to go into the interior, the features that he showed, staff felt it was consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. When you go through the ad valorem process, the presentation is not to show every aspect of all the details inside. It's for them to present to you a feeling that preservation was respected as the process moved forward. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll ask if anyone is here to speak for or against this project. Seeing no one, commissioners will start asking questions, starting on my left.
I have no question at this time.
I have no questions.
I have a question for staff. So this is an ad valorem, what is this, what is the title of it? Tax exemption application. And so can you explain to me just what that means?
When the applicant comes forward, he engages in the process with staff. There is a preservation tool, as I stated, that along with the outside, when the ad valorem comes forward, we review the inside as well for looking at the sensitivity. Once it is approved by this body, then it goes to City Council. City Council will review it, and if it's approved, then it goes to the county, and the county will look at it and look at the assessed value prior to rehabilitation and where it's at now, and then we'll have a tax savings for 10 years of the difference between the two numbers.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
I just want to confirm, the accessory structure was not part of this application, correct?
Correct, yeah, it's a non-contributing accessory structure.
Wonderful. Thank you. I have no additional questions. You are allowed 5 minutes for rebuttal, if you'd like.
I think I'm good.
Wonderful. We'll close the public hearing and commissioners will discuss the case or make a motion if anyone would like.
I just had one comment, and I guess it's a general comment concerning the project as a whole. You've spent an inordinate amount of time, energy, money, detail, work to do this project, to pull this project off, and that's to be admired and to be lauded. One thing I do want to point out is that it's generally not advisable to exactly duplicate historic detailing when doing new work or
The
addition.
certificate of appropriateness was approved.
Right, I understand. It's just a general statement that it's generally not, although I'm lauding the whole project, I think it was done very, very well and very well detailed. But just for future, it's generally not advisable to duplicate exactly historical details in new work, because it lessens the value of the historic work. Just, that's about the only thing I have to say. Any other commentary?
I don't believe so.
Otherwise, I would like to move or submit a motion to approve the ad valorem tax exemption application Part 1 and Part 2 for the plans presented in this public hearing in case number ARCT 22-02 for the property located at 8.
And
I'm sorry. It's 02 and 05. And ARCT 22-05 for the property located at 818 South Orleans Avenue for the rehabilitation of this property because based on the facts and record, the proposed project is consistent with the Secretary's Interior standards for rehabilitation and guidelines for rehabilitation historic buildings.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, Prokop, did you,
I did an aye.
I'm sorry?
It doesn't have to be unanimous, right?
Well, you made the motion.
Then aye.
I'm sorry? No, can you just redo the vote,
Yeah.
please?
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. Moving to the next agenda item is also an ad valorem. This is for ARCT-22-03 for pre-rehabilitation, and then post-rehabilitation is ARCT-22-04. This is for the address of 4521 Westdale Avenue. This is in the Beach Park Multiple Listings designation. The primary structure dates back to 1925. They have larger zoning classifications over there. This goes back to an RS 75. The request is for an ad valorem tax exception, Part 1 and Part 2. On page 3 of your staff report, I want to give you a little bit of past action that in 2014, there is a group of period structures in Beach Park that deserve the recognition of being structures that are in the infancy of Tampa's boom era. The letters were sent out to all of Beach Park that qualify to be in the multiple listing. We received letters back of a low percentage of people that wanted to engage in the process. Once you engage in the process, then you have to come in front of this board for review for the exterior. If you want to come forward with the ad valorem, you would come back in front of this board. So this property owner back in 2014 chose to protect the house from here into, it moves forward. So they took it upon themselves. They came forward in 2017 to be reviewed for the exterior of the renovations and the addition to the exterior of the home. At that time, since it is not in a local designated area, we had to use the Secretary of Interior standards for the inside and the outside. At this time, I'd like to just go through just 8 quick photos. Once again, the agent and owner will show you the majority of the pictures to present her ad valorem moving forward. But this one here, you see the sparse buildings that are in Beach Park, and this dates back to 1929. Obviously, the period structure is here. When Beach Park was looked at to have a grid to it, there are some alleys, but the majority of the blocks don't have alleys, so a little different mentality. This is the primary structure that shows red, so it has a clay tile structure to it, and then it's cladded in the stucco. This is a Mediterranean style home that you'll see. So primary structure, porte-cochere, detached accessory structure. This is looking at Beach Park in general, around the central park here, and this is in the upper portion in Beach Park. This is looking at an aerial of how it's more developed today. You see how the barrel tile roof stands out. This is looking at the primary facade, which faces Dale. In this Mediterranean style, you see some of the appliques that are here, some of the ironwork that engages into this style. And if you notice the stucco pattern here, that'll be prevalent in the presentation. This is just looking at a different angle through the porte-cochere. The driveway was different, and they chose to take a more period approach to the driveway. You'll see some pictures on the entrance here, which the tile is reminiscent of the style of the Mediterranean. Just once again, looking down the porte-cochere, looking at some of the ironwork on the second level. Some of the tunnels that they have for drainage that is appropriate for this style home. And the last photo is just the budding house, so you get a flavor of the environment. At this time, the property owner could come to the podium and address the board. There you go.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for taking the time to go through my presentation this evening. This has been a project that we've worked on since I saw this home. So then I went through with it, and it took us about 10 years to go through the plans, and here we are today. So this is the original photo. We're very lucky that our neighbor.
Can you introduce yourself for the record?
Oh, sorry. My name is Shalita Johnson. I am the owner, part owner, my husband, of 4521 Westdale Avenue. So this is the original photo of our home prior to any renovation. This is what it looked like. And what you'll see here is what the original home looked like on the left, and what the overview of what the home looked like with the addition that we put on primarily to the back of the home to the right. This is a view of our lot, the property in 2019. And then you could see on the right the property post-renovation. You could see that we kept all of the detail with the roof and the style of the original of the home here. So going into the historic features of the home, starting with the exterior of the renovation. Some of the things that we did to protect the original character of the home was really try to keep all of the arches, all the arch detail. We spent a lot of time recuperating them. They were dilapidated. You really probably can't see from these photos, but they were dilapidated. So we went back in and filled them in and kept all the arches and secured them. We were able to preserve the medallions. The barrel tile roof style that we selected is the same from what it was pre-renovation. A lot of time with the railings, I'll go into that later in the presentation. We did extend to have a covered balcony, which is very much needed. A covered front porch, which is very much needed in this Florida heat. We thank ourselves for that all the time, but it does keep the same style. I actually think it looks like it was there from the beginning. I don't see much. It really, I think, adds to the property and keeps that same style. And then for the exterior of the front part of the home, we did use all wood doors and wood window framing for that part of the home. Just going into more of the details that we kept, we actually replaced all of the tiles on the front patio. They were broken and they needed to be fixed, but we went and found very similar tile. It took us a lot of effort to find these tiles, but we did find them. Both the main tiles and the decorative tiles that we use were actually handmade. They're out of Mexico and handmade tiles, so we tried to choose something that looked pretty much as similar as we could get to the original tiles. In the rear of the home, I think we can all agree it didn't look that great, but we did take a lot of effort in making it resemble what it would look like, and if we were to, recreate this and keep that same detail and same style. And so you have the same arches carried throughout. We replaced all the lighting that was on the outside, so it has a very similar look for a Spanish Mediterranean style. The barrel tile roofs, the casing for the windows, so we really did replicate that. And then you could see our portico. Aside from updating what was there, we didn't touch the integrity of that portico. We were able to maintain that. And then this is another kind of close-up view of that. So you see the stucco, the fascia, the sills, the pillars, roof tile, and the exterior lights are all period appropriate. And this gives a view of the tiles that we selected. So the roof tile we actually wanted to use them, but we weren't able to. Actually, they don't make them anymore. So we found something that was as similar as possible, and we're able to carry them into the renovation. We did keep our tiles though, so we have them. So in terms of the side of the property, you could see that we maintained the look and feel. It's pretty much, flawless. People actually don't know that we even added to the home, but we did. And so you could see that's a pretty much flawless, or seamless, I should say, addition that we added to the home. And then you could see where the old home ended and the new home began. We did have areas that would require that regressed window. We didn't put a window just for functionality of the space. A lot of the design, and the reason why it took us so long to renovate this home, we worked with a builder who really wanted to preserve the structural integrity of the home. And so we didn't, any new entrances from the home were actually from existing casing. So existing window casing or existing door casing. So we, doing that to make the room function, we did have to add these kind of faux setbacks. Kind of went over a lot of this already, but we have, if you could look pre and post, what the previous owner had put in with the windows were like a storefront window design. We actually brought those more into the appropriate period design window style. I actually don't know what these little decorative designs were called, but they actually led directly into their home. There was no separation. So we were able to maintain them, but actually make them so that rats didn't enter our house, because that's where they were coming in, actually. But we were able to maintain that, and you see a lot, we kept the look and feel of the home. We had a lot of significant damage. Obviously, this home is almost 100 years old, so we were able to go in and repair it, but in doing so, especially with the sills, we kept the same design, so we didn't take away from that at all. And then here you could see the floor plan. If you did want to look at where the existing home ends and then the new home begins, that's where we were able to kind of make that seamless transition and without really disrupting the integrity of the structure of the home. And I should have mentioned, and you can't see here, but also with the roof design, the way we did the roof design, really paying attention to the different pitches, so it wasn't just flat all the way back. It actually has a nice pitch to it. So now we're going to go into the interior of the home. And we're going to start off with the main living space. And so you'll see that we pretty much kept the main living spaces exactly how it was pre-renovation. We were able to just update the windows, they are wood frame, update the doors, they are wood frame. And these floors that we kept throughout the original home, they are the original wood floors, we just refinished them. Arches are the same, the French doors are the same, the casings throughout are the same, so we were able to maintain that. So this is a view of our sunroom pre and post rehabilitation. The main thing here is really bringing the windows back to being period appropriate. This space had storefront windows. They were not usable. You could not open them. And when we redesigned it with Ron's help, we did pick out a period appropriate style for the window. And then, of course, we maintained the trim and the baseboards throughout. You'll see here that we maintained the archway. As far as the kitchen design, we did not, besides making some electrical updates and renovating and redoing the casements around the windows, we didn't make much changes here. But you'll see that we did maintain the arches. And this will show you the transition from our previous mudroom space to the new space. And that's where I was mentioning with the window setbacks. So you have this seamless design, but the way we were able to do it, the new part of the home just stems off of what was existing there. This just shows what the previous owner had put in a bathroom. You really can't see the dimensions, but it really wasn't usable. It's better suited for just a storage space. But we did keep the registers on the floor. That's another thing that we made sure that we kept. And when we went to get new ones, we wanted to make sure they were period appropriate as well. And this really gives a good example of how we were able to open up the home and make it seamless from the old space to the new space. This is going from the previous dining room, and now you have the dining room going to the new space. And we did maintain all the baseboards and casings there. And you'll see more here. So that was the cutout for where the old window was, the two old windows, and we were able to open up this space so that it was seamless. And then this is an example of an addition of a new half bath that's downstairs. What I will point out with the bathrooms, just because of the structural integrity and the way the plumbing worked, we did push all of the bathrooms to the new addition, so we were able to not really, we didn't really have to work too much with the old piping. We were able to remove it and put all the new bathrooms in the new space. The stairway, we were able to maintain that, just painted and we were able to maintain that. We did add a railing. We did not have one pre-rehabilitation, and it carries the same design as the railing that is downstairs. So we did have that same look and feel of the railing that we put in. This shows the master pre-renovation, and you could see post-renovation what we were able to maintain: the wood style French doors, the same molding on the windows, the baseboards. This picture doesn't show it very well, but when we redid the master, we actually uncovered the chimney that was from the first floor, and we exposed it. So we have that now going throughout, and we were able to maintain. That's a decorative feature. Here with the transition, again, this is the original footprint of the home, but this was an unusable bedroom. So we converted this to be a master closet. But again, you could see the casing that we used and the doors that we used is in keeping with the style of the old home. Same with the refurbishing what existed before with the closet into a new closet. So upstairs, we did have our main bathroom. It went through a series of renovations, and I think to modernize that bathroom pre-rehabilitation, the previous owner had bumped it up, and so there was a step up to get to that bathroom. We were able to recapture that space to expand one of the bedrooms and also use that space to, as a walkway to the new part of the home. And we just thought, just to make sure that you still get that feel, to have that arched architectural detail, so we did bring that upstairs as well. And then this just gives you a view of what the new bedroom looks like. And we have another bedroom. Same with the arching and the doors and the casement. Similar floors throughout. And then we, wanted to update the driveway, so we did the ribbon driveway. A lot of detail for this, the railings, so we refurbished what was existing. We did take them all off and get them repainted and sanded down and brought them back to life. And then the areas that we added new, both in the front and the rear of the home, we used the same railing design throughout. Actually, this last photo shows that we had it custom made so that they really replicated what was there prior to the renovation. I think you could see that here. And that would conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Avila, staff with Historic Preservation. Staff's finding that this application is consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. As I stated, this is the document that we use for the exterior and the interior. The exterior drawings that she showed today had our stamp on it to validate that those were the drawings that were used as the renovation moved forward for the exterior. And then as we went inside, staff was engaged in the process the whole time, gave them references. We did a Teams meeting. We met on site numerous of times to get this to the solution that we're here today, and that's why staff is supporting this request. I will be here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now ask if anyone is here to speak for or against this project. Seeing no one, the commissioners will begin asking questions. Starting my left.
I have no question at this time.
I have no questions.
Nor do I.
You're allowed 5 minutes for rebuttal if you'd like.
Thank you.
We will close the public hearing and discuss the case. Any comments? It's very well done. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. I think you did an excellent job. Obviously, lots of attention. 10 years is a long time.
And it's still not done.
And it's still not done.
No, I have no furniture.
But it shows a real dedication and attention to detail, and it's to be admired and lauded.
Well done. Well done. I move to approve the ad valorem tax exemption application, Part 1 and Part 2 for the plans presented at this public hearing in case number ARCT 22-03 and ARCT 22-04 for the property located at 4521 West Dale Avenue for the rehabilitation of this property, because based on the facts in the record, the proposed project is consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and guidelines for the rehabilitation for local historic buildings.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Good evening, Commissioners. Moving to our next agenda item, which is ARC 22-328/REZ 22-41. This is for the address of 710 and 712 West Platte. This is in the Hyde Park Historic District. Currently, it's a vacant parcel. The zoning associated with this, they have a dual zoning that they'll go through in their presentation. This is for, the zoning is CG and RO1. The request this evening is to rezone the property from the CG and RO1 to PD. As always with the rezoning recommendations on page 3 of your staff report, is to satisfy the duties and powers under Chapter 27, 113. This application will be, have a 30-minute time limit as it moves forward. And I will briefly go through the photo presentation at this time. This, as I stated, this is in the Hyde Park Historic District, property in question. This is from the 1929 Sanborn map. It does face Platte. To the west, the abutting street is Fielding. To the south, you have Azeel. To the east, you have Brevard. There is an alley in 1929, and the alley still functions today. The alley comes almost 3/4 of the block and then terminates. But the alley is accessible to the parcel in question, and it will be reviewed this evening. But in 1929, there were 2 single-family structures there. This is our vicinity map. This is showing the location. The red hatched in area is the local district of Hyde Park. You can see this is on the northern boundary of the local district. This is the property in question. Once again, looking from above, it's a vacant parcel. You have Platte to the north, Fielding to the west, Azeel, and then to complete on the east is Brevard. This is the alley that still remains open today. This is looking at the property. This is looking south from Platte. This is just looking at a curb cut that it has off of Fielding that came into the property. This is looking at the abutting contributing structure to the south. This is looking down Fielding to the south, and then turning around looking at Fielding as it crosses Platte. This is looking down Platte. This is to the west, shows some of the parallel parking that's here today. Then it has a bike lane and then 2 lanes of traffic. It's a one-way heading downtown. This is looking at the massing and the contributing structure that is to the west. This is looking down Platte as you go downtown. As I stated, this is 2 lanes of one way. Then you have the bike lane and some parking to alleviate some of the pressures. This is looking at the condition of the alley. That's to the east. Subject site is over here. This is looking to the south. Turn around, looking to the north as it approaches Platte. And then the last shot, this is the subject site. This is the alley that runs north and south. And this is the non-contributing structure to the east. That concludes the photo presentation, and the agent will address the board.
Switch it. Is this one? Ron? There we go. Okay, good evening, fellow architects and lovers of continuous torture and fellow villagers with pitchforks. Glad to be here tonight. My name is Kevin Smith. I'm, as I said, an architect. Spent almost 40 years with Fleischman Garcia. Also, our office was in Hyde Park. I was the designer and project architect on that building. Also, I have submitted several buildings for HABS, it's Historic American Building Survey. So now my first rodeo. And I guess, can you see my slide? There it is. I don't know about that car, but every photo I look at, that car is there, and you must get there early in the morning. So to continue this, I have with me our civil engineer, Jesse.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jesse Blackstock with Blackstock Engineering, located at 1646 West Snow Avenue in Hyde Park, Tampa. The reason we're here tonight is for the rezoning, obviously, as Mr. Braun was saying. The property is dually zoned CG and RO1, and this dual designation is really what's leading us to the path of requiring a rezoning to begin with. I'll touch on that shortly. The future land use also is dually designated. It's majority of the property is CMU 35, and the smaller piece to the south in the rear of the property is R35. The proposed project consists of approximately 7,900 square foot professional office use, and it's important to note that this is already an approved use based on the zoning and the future land use. So we're not asking for a change of use here. We're asking for some things that I'm about to get into as far as waivers, and again, the reasoning for our rezoning. It's twofold. The first waiver we are seeking is to increase the allowable height from 35 feet to 45 feet, which that actually only affects the RO1 zoning. Again, the CG zoning designation is the majority of the property that fronts plat, which does allow for a 45-foot height. So again, that's one of the main reasons we're doing a rezoning, is to kind of fix some of the housekeeping measures that affect two different zoning designations, with one building having two sets of criteria to kind of judge it. I would also say that the R1 is on only the 20-foot southern portion of the property. So again, the majority of the property is in fact CG, and the significance there is the majority of the property would be allowed to be 45-foot height. The second waiver we are seeking, which is more of a controversial one, I have understanding from different neighbors and residents that we've spoken to over the last few weeks, since this has been noticed in the paper as well as in the, not the paper, but noticed in the mailings as well as the signage, is the second waiver we're reducing is reduce the off-street parking requirement per code. And kind of some clarifications there. We are, per code, we are required 26 parking spaces. That's based on the 3.3 spaces per 1,000 square feet of gross floor area. Our gross floor area, again, is 7,900 square feet is what we're seeking approval for. That gross square footage also includes 3 stories of stairwells, elevator shafts, utility corridors, things of that nature. When you less that out of that 7,900 square feet, we're actually only required to have 20 parking spaces per code. We are proposing 19. And the reasoning behind the 19 spaces versus the 20 is one of the primary objectives to the project in terms of its use and its parking reduction. Was also, we initially had proposed a site plan that had access off of Fielding, which is a local road, which in itself is a waiver. That's no longer proposed for several reasons. One, it was objected by the residents to our south at 307, Mr. Barrett's law firm, but also because it would have been another waiver we were requesting. Then we would have had to submit, we've already done this, but we had already submitted a driveway exception request because the corner clearance from the driveway where we were proposing on Fielding was too close to the corner that's existing on plat. So what we've done is we've actually reversed the site, so to speak, from a parking flow standpoint. And so we're not going to access the site off of plat, which there's an existing driveway there now for various reasons. The majority of the site is really going to be fronted, and in terms of traffic is going to be utilizing the alley. So again, we had 20 parking spaces initially when we were proposing the access off of Fielding, but now that we have it off of the alley, we lost a parking space that we were proposing on the alley to achieve the driveway that we need. So we've got a total of 19 parking spaces. Again, code requires us to have 3.3 based on the total square footage. So if we could less out the stairwells and things of that nature that aren't attributing to traffic, obviously, or as well as parking spaces, we're right at code. And again, that's all off-street parking. That's what the code speaks to. Again, with us relieving the driveway or removing the driveway on plat, we're opening that up for restriping. So we're in talks right now with transportation staff at the city, Jonathan Scott and his group, and Melanie Calloway, to restripe plat to where we achieve 3 new net new spaces parallel-wise. So kind of going back to what some of the concerns were, we've had several discussions with residents. The majority of them are in favor of the project. But the Barrett's office had some concerns, and the main things they had were the proposed use. Getting back to the zoning, it isn't allowed use based on it is now. The reason we're doing the rezoning is for height reduction or increasing the height based on the RO1, and then the parking reduction. And I think the parking kind of speaks for itself to some degree. I don't think the project is going to generate, in my professional opinion, on-street parking demand, specifically on-street. I think we're going to have more than enough parking. The project will solely be occupied by our applicant, or my client, the owner of the property, as his headquarters. He's not going to have the need for more than 19 parking spaces. So he's not going to have visitors coming frequently to the property. It's not like a medical office. It's a professional office, but it's not one that has frequent visitors, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And so you're not going to be increasing the demand for the on-street parking, but yet we're adding 3 more parking spaces. For those that used to park in this I hate to say it, grass field for the last 20 years, are gonna have to find spaces along Fielding. And I think that was one of the concerns for the Bears, is if we would have put a driveway on Fielding, we would have not only had access on Fielding and generated a lot more traffic on Fielding, we would have been losing an on-street parking space or two where our driveway would have been. So now that it's on the alley, we're not causing that problem. We're actually bettering the situation, in my opinion, from a parking standpoint. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Kevin, because he can talk about the historic nature of Hyde Park and the building design and the basis for that, so appreciate it.
There we go. I just wanted to point out a few things as I was going through and designing this project. This is the zoning map that Jesse discussed. And of course, that's one of the first things that we do is go check out the zoning. And as you can see by the orangish peach color, it's all CG zoning. So I looked at that, said, great, let's see what we could do with that. And then we discovered that the CG zoning actually split the property. So that's kind of fun. Who would do such a thing? But actually, that looks like what it is. Then the next mistake I made, I came out of retirement to work on this kind of thing. So usually then, when we come up with the zoning, I'll do a graphic like this, which helps convey to our clients all the setbacks, heights, and all the criteria for the CG zoning. And it was our intent to meet the zoning, not to exceed it, not to push it. I met the height, met the setbacks. We didn't try to do anything that was outside of the zoning requirements. And as Jesse just noted, one of the things that we just discovered was this entry drive in the red boxes. The one on my right is now currently what we are showing, and that's coming off the alley. So to test the project, and of course the area, these are the floor plans that we came up with to make sure it worked. The plan on the right is the ground floor. The plan on the left is the two upper floors. And as Jesse noted, it was the intent of our client to use this as his headquarters, and as he grew with his business, have the space that he needed for his business. So currently he would occupy the third floor, and as he grew, he would take over the second floor. And I'll just point out the plan on the right-hand side is the ground floor, but that was a previous layout before we moved the drive. So then I met Ron, and this is the design we had from our client's wishes. He wanted modern, sleek look, and Ron pointed out to me that probably would not work here. So my next step was, since I was coming to this area of the city almost every day of my life, and I had a good feel for it, I just went around and started looking at the buildings, designs of buildings, and what I could pull from the area and incorporate in our project. So to wrap my head around it, I started doing sketches of each building that I looked at and trying to see what kind of details, coins, decoration, medallions, bands that could be used to achieve the massing and scale and to fit in the urban fabric. So what I gathered from this study and trying to see what we could do with it, then looked at the buildings adjacent to the property, the ones on the right, and also what these two properties look like and where they were getting design influences. And it looked like what I got on the left here, this is Italianate. And it looked like a lot of what I was leaning to in the design I was coming up with, which are these elevations, which I drew a lot of the detailing and scale and rhythm from the two surrounding buildings. But these are kind of hard to understand. So here's a larger presentation showing barrel tile, stucco, the windows with the rhythm, matching some of the surrounding properties, but also some of the entrance features that I gathered from the guidelines, the Hyde Park Historic Guidelines, which I read from cover to cover and tried to incorporate into the design. And I realize that line work is could be kind of difficult to understand, but so I went and did a computer rendering so everyone can quickly see what the intent is going to be. And with that, I believe I am complete with my presentation.
Thank you.
That concludes, that's a complete presentation? Thank you. Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. Commissioners, you saw some aesthetic drawings this evening and images moving forward. The PD is to focus on the scale, the massing, the rhythm, the alignment, the orientation of the request in front of you. And keep in mind, your duties and powers this evening is with regards to the application for rezoning, changes to land use classification, or comprehensive plan amendment to review and recommend reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historic integrity and appearance of this request as it folds into the historic district. Staff feels that this application is consistent with the plans that they submitted this evening. We wanted them to focus on the waivers, which they did. If there's additional conversation, the 2 waivers are listed on page 3 of your staff report. We do have some conditions that were associated with this request that I don't think were touched upon this evening, but deserve additional discussion. Was the method of stormwater retention, to show any fences that are on the site and or gates to secure the parking. The PD is site plan specific, so any signage or fences need to be illustrated on this as it moves forward to City Council. To provide final solution for solid waste. Also with PDs as they come forward, this board has put a caveat on the recommendation, if this is ready to move forward to City Council, of a build-to line to adjust for a 5-foot area along the podium of the building to undulate it so at the time of the CA, where you do get into the CA, that you have the ability for the building to walk a little bit if it needs to be broken down to be a little more consistent with the guidelines and the environment. I just want to give you some history that when this first came in, the vehicular access was off of Platt. Then in looking at some of the challenges and how that would not be appropriate for a building to receive the vehicular entrance, off of the primary street. The second choice was they looked into Fielding, and then lastly, they looked at a more sensitive solution off of the entrance off of the alley. So that kind of sums up the staff report and some of the history of this project moving forward, and I'll be here to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll ask if anyone here is here to speak for or against this project. Seeing none, the commissioners will begin asking questions starting on my left.
One more thing, I apologize. There are some letters that were submitted into the record. They are in your packets for you to go over as well.
Thank you.
So we have some site plan question. I have some site plan questions for the civil engineer, please.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, so there are some fences that are required that I did not see on the plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, just a quick clarification on, well, they've got that side in there, but yeah, that probably works. Yeah, that'll work.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, to answer your question, sir, the Yeah, we're not proposing any fencing. There's fencing out there now. I think in the main intent of that, and to be honest with you, was the applicant/owner was doing that literally the weekend before Gasparilla. Even though this lot's been sitting there vacant for several years, he felt the need to fence it off to keep people from parking there. Not the local residents and neighbors and businesses, but more so the outliers, I guess. But no, as far as moving forward, when the project is developed as you see it on the site plan, there will be no fencing, and there will be no gates for the parking.
Okay, and okay, so,
Okay, go. He's looking
So
at the site
you're-
plan, sorry.
right, yeah. So if we approve if we approve the rezoning, that means that we are approving it without any fences?
Correct.
Yes.
The site plan as submitted does not have fencing shown.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's where does you mentioned a couple of things.
Mhm.
It's an irregularly shaped lot.
Yes.
What part of the 20 feet? It's just 20 feet that has the residential zoning?
So the residential zoning is about 20 feet north of this line. That's the property line. The building's 10 feet off of that. So right about here is where the zoning changes from R01 to CG.
Okay, and it goes, and that,
line is the outline of the building.
right. So it goes straight across. In other
It
words,
goes all the way across.
okay, so the little, I guess it's the stairway there.
Correct. This whole, everything south of there is,
Okay,
it's the whole thing. And it continues all the way down flat.
okay.
For some reason.
Yeah, that is pretty.
I said it myself. And what's really odd is the future land use does not coincide with that line. Future land use line is way down here. Where's that? Right here. It's south of this property line. So this part of the property, there's two parcels. So this parcel's not even in the right, not even in the same future land use as this one's dually zoned and dually future land use designated,
Mhm.
which is really weird. Thankfully, the CB 35, R35, they all allow for what we're proposing. But as you can imagine, the height is what's throwing us into a rezone for the most part, besides the parking reduction.
And the stormwater,
The stormwater is underground, and that's probably not clear because.
so you're using a vault?
It is clear, so there's underground storage proposed here.
Okay.
Not in the alleyway, outside on our property, right?
Mhm.
And we've got a collection system underneath the building, even though it's all covered with the building above on two floors. We've got an inlet proposed here, it all gets conveyed here, and then it's bubble, and, category 1/prior storm event, they would pop off and go into the street. They wouldn't go south towards any acreage or residence.
Mhm.
And I would also add, Ron mentioned this is about 3/4 through the block. Normally, the city, when we tie in or use this for any kind of parking, we would have to improve that and pave it. It's actually already up to city standards and paved the whole way, which is, from a city standpoint, ours is a great thing.
Yeah, but it's narrower than the edge of pavement. Are you going to, the alley is not as wide as the right-of-way. So there's going to be a grass strip between your parking lot and
No, we're gonna pave from the alley all the way up to the parking spaces.
you're going to pave from the existing edge of pavement. Because so you're going to pave the portion of the city's alley that they have never paved.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, for about a foot or so, yeah.
Yeah.
About a foot difference, yeah.
Wait, Jess, solid waste.
Yeah, it's about a foot differential, yeah.
oh, okay.
So, yeah, we have to connect the two, correct.
No further questions at this time.
I'll wait if they ask. We already have.
One of your comments was, that you went ahead and deducted all of the unusable square footage, the stairs, the service lanes and all to show that your net square foot would give you the right amount of parking spaces. But the code is written with gross square foot. It's intended to already include all of that. So it's kind of disingenuous to say that, if we deduct everything that's not gross,
Yeah,
and we get net, we're closer to the parking spaces. But it really is a gross code.
right.
So-
It was a one-story building that wouldn't have a stairwell, though. Yeah.
Understood, it's still
Yeah, I mean,
gross. It's
yeah.
still gross.
I get what you're saying. That's
Yeah.
why I said unfortunately the code, yeah.
Right.
Staff, yeah.
I'm just, this is being built for a particular owner right now, but if it's sold next year, that doesn't, anything that has to do with the current owner doesn't really apply. So we have to look at it as an overall building type. the next owner may have visitors, may have a type of office where there are visitors. And, you know, this owner might turn around and sell it next year, so it's not appropriate to deal with a certain particular tenant right now when it's a shell, so particularly it's a shell building.
I would say it's a planned development though, so we can put any restrictions that we need to on the rezoning.
Understood.
Yeah.
Is the current tenant planning on leasing the second floor while he doesn't need it? Or is
No.
he just gonna leave it vacant?
Initially he was, but he's not any longer, no. He needs all the space to himself, which is a good thing, because now we can control our own destiny. Because I was having a challenge with the parking conversation, because obviously we're reducing
Well,
parking.
part of the presentation was he's only gonna occupy the third floor, he's leaving the second floor vacant for
Correct.
future expansion.
Mhm.
So that's
Yes.
what I'm saying, is he going to lease it?
No,
for-
he's not leasing it
Until
out.
he needs it for future expansion?
No, he's not leasing it out. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I'm saying.
It was stated that there were reasons for not using the Platte Avenue curb cut for entry for numerous reasons, but none of the reasons were ever stated or explained.
Yeah.
Can you explain those?
One of the main reasons is it's not really, from what I gather and what we're talking with Ron during the review of this project, it wasn't really the best option in terms of connecting because of the look and feel of that avenue, if you will, of Platte. It's just not the way most of the Platte buildings are accessed directly off of Platte. The ones that are in most cases, a violation of corner clearances. So we would have a corner clearance problem, just like we were applying for when we were on Fielding. It's the same problem, really, because of the geometry of the parcel.
Okay.
That's one of the main reasons. And it's a DOT road, so
Also, if I could add,
Yeah.
when I did the parking studies, parking stalls, that grossly reduced the count that I could achieve.
yeah.
You know, I'd have to put circulation roads on site, and that took out a good amount of parking.
Right. Historically, the original two buildings that were shown in the old site plan, they were accessed from Platte, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you draw this building's elevations and show, have you done studies, or are there any studies of this existing building, or this building's elevations with the adjacent historic and contributing structures that are nearby in the elevations to show the difference in the mass and the comparison between the mass of this building and the massing of the adjacent structures on the adjacent streets?
No, I have not done that, but, you know, I'd be happy to, and if I could get more information on those, you know, adjacent buildings.
Okay, you did show a careful comparison of adjacent building styles and types and design influences, but every building shown up and down Platte were all two-story buildings. They're all two-story structures, and that's the prevailing massing of this neighborhood. So that's why I want to see what this building looks like compared to the adjacent structures.
Yeah,
Well,
the height,
that-
basically. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Well, it's not just the height, but if they're square blocks. The other buildings are 2 stories with gable roofs, and it's a different style, massing, you know, and this building is now just an ice cube. You know, given it's been detailed and materialized differently, but it's still a big mass, way taller than the existing adjacent structures, all up and down Platte. So I just wanted to see, you know, I'd like to really see those all these properties here. They're all 2-story properties.
And I thought of that, and you're absolutely correct, but I think the Hyde Park district is just that, a district. It's not a 2-block observation. I mean, if you look at Allegro, that monster is, what, 6 stories?
I understand, but it's more the adjacent structures and the block of the continuation of the street that is really the massing that's of the concern. It's of my concern.
Right next door.
I guess we talked about stormwater and solid waste.
Yeah.
And yeah, I did also have the same kind of commentary that the alley pavement is only 8 or 9 feet according to the photographs. I mean, by eyeballing it, it only looks like that pavement of that alley was 8, 9, maybe 10 feet wide at most. And it's one way, it couldn't act as two-way traffic. And it dead ends. So it has to be two-way traffic to use that alley, doesn't it?
So the alley right of way is 15 feet. The current pavement's plus or minus probably at least 11 feet.
Okay, but that's not two-way traffic. It's a one-way alley?
Right. It's a one-way alley, so when we have to pave it and we do the sidewalk, we do the parking spaces. We have 18-foot deep parking space, and then we got 26 feet of pavement, which two-way is 24 feet. So we have two-way from here.
So okay, so part of the traffic roadway is on your property, and it's gonna be a two-way roadway utilizing the alley for 15 feet of that?
Yes. Right,
Okay.
you enter in on 15 feet, and then you have more than 24 feet the whole way.
But
To provide access.
the entrance is at Platt is 15 feet wide,
Correct.
so it's one way. I mean, you can't have two cars passing by in a 15-foot alley,
Correct.
right? Okay,
Correct.
all right. Those are all my questions right now.
Well, I'd like to follow up with that as well, too. I do not suppose you've had some preliminary discussions with transportation respecting access to this site for utilities, for solid waste, for loading and unloading.
Yeah,
Those
from
are
a solid waste
relatively
standpoint.
large, wide swing vehicles that
Yeah.
would be utilizing this improved alley.
The only people that would be accessing this alley would people that would be accessing it from a vehicle standpoint. There wouldn't be large loading trucks coming down this. The solid waste folks looked at it and they said this is actually a great site for them because they can attack the site from all three directions if they needed to. I don't know if they will be accessing it for the alley for the roll-off carts, but they have their option of having us put them out on Fielding or on Platt. I doubt they're gonna pick Platt, but it'd be more than likely either Platt or Fielding, which is how they collect the trash, I believe, now.
So the intention is to be using something more of a cart-like
Correct.
solid waste
Yep, barrels.
solution here, as opposed to a
Dumpster.
small dumpster of some
No,
some
yeah,
manner.
the site doesn't have room for the dumpster, but thankfully it doesn't generate enough trash to require the dumpster. So, yeah, solid waste has already found this consistent with their code. As has transportation in terms of accessing the alley.
I
And so
also
has
share-
fire, actually, speaking of like emergency type things like that.
I also share my fellow commissioners' concern about the nature of context. If you want, for a majority of this section through Hyde Park, it's a lot of two-story building, and you're proposing something of a much greater scale than that. I'm wondering if that is actually an appropriate approach towards that context, which is something that we need to take care of for our city. I'm wondering if that entire concept needs to be revisited. That's all I have right now for a question.
Mr. Vila, Kamaria Pettismaco from the City Attorney's Office. So can you just, or if the applicant, that's one of their waivers is regarding the height, correct?
Correct. They have two different zoning classifications on the parcel. One allows 45 foot. As it was discussed in the presentation, 75% of the parcel could go to 45 foot. I don't know the exact breakdown, but the majority of it. And then the portion that's on the southern portion can go to 35 foot in height. And that's with the dual zoning. I'd also like to address some of the transportation concerns. I'm not a traffic engineer, but I did address some of these concerns with transportation prior to the public hearing tonight. And I don't know if I want to say all the alleys, but the majority of the alleys that are 10 foot wide, we deal with Ybor City on a daily basis. They're two-way traffic. It's not one-way traffic. I understand it's tough to get down there. I'm not going to go into detail, but when I talk to transportation, it's two-way traffic. When we look at site plans, we look at the alley that's platted versus paved. Usually the paved area is less than what's platted. I think that's what's happening in this situation. You know, they could pave the alley into what it's been platted at. And then also there were some concerns when the entrance to the project was off of Fielding. They had a corner clearance because it was too close to the corner from street to street. Transportation removed their comment because this is from an alley. So from the alley to the corner of Platt, there is no corner clearance dimension.
I could say just one last additional item as far as alleys, and Ron brings up a good point. Actually, Del Acosta's in the audience tonight. He's not here for this project, but we actually did a project with him for his 2 homes off of Bristol Avenue in Hyde Park, and they went through the ARC, and there's 2 homes, and the only access to these 2 homes is off an alley, and that's a 14-foot wide paved alley. There's no parking off of it, but it takes you back into 2 homes that are basically like a flag lot, and those are obviously 2-way, and he shares one of those residences with his son. And that went through the ARC, and that had approvals from both, obviously city staff, transportation, fire. Fire is usually the biggest one that weighs in on alleys for obvious reasons, because it's the most important one. But I understood your concern, though, being at that driveway, somebody's coming in, somebody's going out.
And residence versus a commercial property, they're 2 different.
You're right, I understood, yeah.
Could you please clarify what is happening on the fielding side of the building as far as access to fielding? That'd be site plan.
Gotcha.
The site plan on the screen was just a little bit difficult to see.
Yeah, so it's so busy. There's no access here. What this is, right here, that I'm trying to, right? But that little thing that you see there, yeah, that's where it stops. There's curbing there. That's for this person to back up and go. It's laid on the back, and sometimes when you go to this parking lots that are incorrectly designed, you gotta back up in this parking space to get out. That's what that 5 feet is for, and it protrudes beyond the building. It just happens to be right where this is the same general layout. That's where the driveway was.
Thank you. Could you, while you're over there, point out that solid waste designated area?
It's in the northern side, right?
Yeah, I could,
Yeah, it's up in this area. Is where it would be.
no, down.
It's this other one?
Oh, I see, there are the
No,
closet.
no, on your drawing, there you go.
Okay.
Nope, it disappeared.
It's in this area.
Thank you.
There it is.
It would be spring foam.
Do you have any signage, like street signage, building signage that you can talk about while you're here?
Yeah, keep going.
Dang it.
Nope, wrong way. Yeah, let's just go. Yeah, there we go. I was intending to put it on the face of the front side of the building, and in discussions with Ron, we were talking about maybe a flag or utilizing the west side also for building signage.
And I have a quick question for staff. There's no fencing proposed on this project currently. Do we recommend the fencing for use separation with the adjacent properties?
It didn't come up in any of our prior discussions. Sometimes when it's a use-to-use issue, you do have to put some buffering. So it was not discussed in this particular request. So none has to be submitted moving forward to council.
We do have a landscape plan that's not part of the record, I don't believe, but there is a buffer required, 10-foot buffer, and it's gonna be per city code. So with both trees and shrubs, mainly because we have, that's required by code. I don't know how else to say it, I guess, LDC.
I don't have any additional questions.
Yeah, I think the buffer is to buffer from what is now a commercial building to residential buildings, or to residential scale building. If it's not a change of use, if the other uses are business, I don't think the fencing change.
Oh, the fencing's not,
required.
yeah, but landscaping is required, no matter what.
Landscape buffing required,
Because they
no
have
matter
an,
what, I understand.
there's a law office just to our south, yeah.
Any other questions?
I
You're
have none.
allowed 5 minutes for rebuttal.
We're good?
All right.
Thank you.
We'll close the public hearing and the commissioners will discuss the case.
I guess my greatest concern is that it's upon the applicant to convince us or to discuss with us and show us that the building matches or is compatible with adjacent structures in massing, scale, whatnot. because that's the nature of a historic district, and that's what we're charged to preserve is the historic district's character. I'd also like to comment that just because zoning says that you can do a certain height, that does not mean that that's what is appropriate in a historic district. Historic residences can go to 35-foot height, but that doesn't necessarily mean that every house can go to 35-foot height and that's all appropriate. They don't necessarily agree. Meeting a zoning requirement and the design guidelines do not necessarily coincide with each other. I have concerns. I've not been convinced that the massing is compatible with the adjacent structures on the street or on adjacent streets.
I concur.
I think that, I believe that along Platt, that there are a sufficient number of structures that are 3 stories. And while the adjacent structures may not be that tall, the non-contributing structures that are not 3 stories are certainly able to go to 3 stories in the future. I think, and there are a sufficient number of those at this time, so I don't have a problem with
I
it.
looked up and down Platt, and I didn't find a single property that was 3 stories tall. For 4 or 5 blocks either direction.
Mhm.
And there's none shown in the presentation that are over 2 stories. I'll just reiterate, I'm very concerned that the massing is not compatible with adjacent structures, and that it's going to be out of character with the design district. As currently designed.
So when we're talking about today we're not looking at a certificate of appropriateness, we're looking at a recommendation for rezoning. The lot is not particularly large, and some of the lot is eaten up by what they are required to accommodate in parking. So the scale of our building is really not oversized, right? We're not looking at like a full block or even a half block of structure. And I agree that in the district, we find several examples that do hit that 45-foot height, whether the roof is flat, whether it changes, not part of the conversation. But I'd say generally the scale of the building overall is not inconsistent with the district. Now, I do think when the zoning, or when the PD is approved, if approved by the city council, we're locked in on the floor plan. So I do think if a motion is made to move forward, I think it's, conditions could include what we've done in the past, which allow for however many, 5 feet of undulation in the facade. We oftentimes get to the certificate of appropriateness and struggle with, a flat facade or a pitch of a roof that we would like to see modified, but is locked in. But if it's a condition, it allows us a little bit more movement down the road. But once this is approved, we get it back as is. And that's when we will talk about design in greater detail.
I guess I would also, since this is also a rezoning and it's asking for exemptions from parking, it's asking for exemptions from height limitations. I didn't get a satisfactory answer. I don't think that if the building sells next year, that this parking exemption.
And they don't have any control over that.
We don't have control over that. I understand that. But we're approving a PD to go forward no matter who's the tenant or who owns the building.
That's correct.
It runs with the land.
Right.
Mhm.
So what's being asked for a parking exemption may not necessarily be suitable for a future use that we have no control over. That once the building sells, we don't have control. That doesn't come in front of us when a building sells. So I do have a slight problem with that, asking for the off-street parking reduction. for this massive a building. And again, the parking reduction is required because they're asking for such a massive a building. You know, they go hand in hand. If the mass of the building was less and the occupied space was less, the parking requirement would be less. And the height limitation might not be an issue. So it's a problem being made by the client. They're making their own problem and then asking for an exemption from it. That's,
And we're not approving exemptions today. All we're doing is making a recommendation to city council. And they'll go to city council.
That's correct, if you're looking for, yes. Kamari Pettismack from the city attorney's office, yes, that is correct. City council will make the final decision regarding this, rezoning application.
I appreciate the use of the alley rather than adding that traffic to Fielding or Platt. I think that would have been a major neighborhood concern. It also did reduce the size, the square footage of the building.
Question for staff.
You have to, the hearing is
Oh,
closed, so if you want
that's
to
right.
have a question, you have to open it.
You want to make a request?
I move that we reopen the public hearing.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Question for staff. Can we put a condition that that the third floor be only in the area that currently has the CG zoning?
Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. You can make reasonable recommendations to city council. I just urge you to clarify those so they're not overly complex, because they will normally be dismissed if they can't be interpreted. But you can make reasonable recommendations for the waivers or for setbacks, height, massing, whatever you so choose to articulate into a motion.
Any other questions?
Thank you. No.
We're going to close the public hearing.
No, you have to allow.
5 minutes. You're allowed 5 minutes for additional rebuttal if you'd like it.
The only thing I would say to that, and I have no, I mean, I'm just the engineer, so, and he's just the architect. We're trying to design it for the gentleman we work for. And I don't mean this that maybe it will come off like it might, and I don't mean it the way it's gonna maybe sound, but the whole reason we're doing the rezoning is to fix the height issue because of the dual zoning designation. So if we can't get the 45 feet we need in the back half, we won't need to rezone the property. We probably would withdraw it, and we'd probably be back here in a few months with an actual building design, trying to get that approved. That's my only comment, because that's kind of why I started off the presentation the way I did. I mean, the reason we're doing the rezoning is because of the waivers. Otherwise, we can go build it apart, you know, as long as we go through the ARC, we can go build it apart, the office now. So that's, from a zoning standpoint, I mean, I understand the historical significance, but from strictly a use height standpoint, that's why we're doing the rezoning. I mean, I understand, again, the massing and the height being compared to other, that's ARC, that's not rezoning. That's just my opinion on it. But, I mean, I wish we had exhibits that could show you what those two-story structures look like. I mean, if they got 15, 20-foot floors, then they're 40 foot tall. Who knows? I have no idea. I'm assuming they're not 45 feet tall, including the parapets, but you never know. So,
If I could add to that,
That's-
I know what our
Background.
client is trying to achieve. He bought a very expensive piece of property, and he's trying to get a balance, you know, in return of what he can get out of it. Then the next point is, John, I hear what you're saying, and I agree, but because of the zoning, it's almost backwards for us. You know, if I could step the building, front of the building 2 stories, and then you move in, step it, and go up, but the zoning is exactly opposite the way it says. You know, the R01 with the lower 35 feet is in the back, and the CG with 45 feet is in the front. So if we were gonna try to do something like that, we'd have to flip it. Or try to convince our client that we really can't go 3 stories. So I don't know how they would receive that.
Thank you. The public hearing is closed. generally, I think, again, we're making a recommendation. I think whoever makes whatever motion, just be mindful to include any conditions that we might want to see at CA. And requesting any variation in the height or the footprint needs to be clearly stated. But I don't think that stepping it down in the back would really help us.
Mhm. I move to recommend City Council approve ARC 22-328 and rezoning 22-41 for the property located at 710 and 712 West Platt Street for the proposed rezoning from CG and RO1 to PD without condition.
There are 2 waivers that are asked
Oh.
for on, so if you could please include that.
Okay. This is to include the reduction in off-street parking. I'm amending my motion now. This is to include 2 waivers, the reduction in off-street parking from 26 to 29 spaces, and an increase in building height from 35 feet in the original RO1 zoning area to 45 feet to match the CG zoning requirement.
Would anyone like to second the motion?
I will move forward and second that motion.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All against?
Against?
So Commissioners, under your rules of procedure, in the event of a tie vote, the matter is automatically carried over to the next available meeting. I believe that these applicants are scheduled to go to City Council on September the 8th. We have a meeting on September the 7th. We have 1 slot left in that meeting, and this item will be scheduled on September the 7th at 5:30 p.m.
Need a motion to continue the.
Well, it's automatically
Oh,
continued.
okay.
And then, Mr. Fernandez, just for the record, it's September 7th, 2022.
Wednesday, September 7th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, staff for Historic Preservation. Moving to the next agenda item is another rezoning. It's under the ARC number of 22-329/REZ 22-66. This is for the location of 326 Plant Avenue. Currently, there's a contributing structure that dates back to 1905. The underlying zoning is RO1. The recommendation that you're going to review this evening is from RO1 to PD. This is a little different. There's a contributing structure there that's going to go through an adaptive reuse. With the change of use, certain criteria comes into play. Parking would be amplified on this site, and they're trying to provide parking on site, and then ADA vertical accessibility into the building is another issue. On page 3, they have 7 waivers associated with this request. Moving to the photo presentation. I like to show the Sanborn map first so you get a feeling of the fabric back in the early 1900s. This is from 1929. Give me a minute. The property faces Plant. This is a corner parcel. It's on the corner of Plant and Beach. There is an alley that has access into this site that will be used as part of this. The alley was present in 1929 and is present today. Once again, I'd like just to show the vicinity map so you get a sense of place where the subject site is at. It's on the northeastern portion of our local district of Hyde Park, highlighted in this green parcel. Looking from above, if you notice, there's contributing structures along the block. They have a different orientation than the subject site. Subject site is facing the west. Down the block, they have a southern exposure. Once again, it's a corner parcel on Plant and Beach. Plant is a one-way street coming off of Davis Island. This is looking at the period home, the front elevation, and the north elevation. It's difficult at times to get the whole elevations with all the vegetation. We kind of do the best way we can to show what the site has. This is looking down Plant. It is a brick street. This is one way off of Davis Island. This is looking back into the city. And this is looking off the off-ramp on Davis Island. This is looking across the street. Once again, showing the property in question. This is the southern elevation. This is the southern elevation in the rear, which is the east, kind of showing some of the challenges on site and the parking. This is the alley. They have a large tree to deal with here. That'll come up with the discussion. This is the apron as it comes into the alley and into the site. And you see a portion of a remnants of an apron. This is looking down Beach. As I talked about, this is the subject site here. And then you see the orientation, the front porches of the abutting houses down the block to the west, to the east. And that concludes the photo presentation. The agent could address the board at this time.
Good evening, Kevin Reale, for the record, representing the applicant, 401 East Jackson Street. I am representing the applicant in the rezoning action. I'm a land use attorney. So for some of the aspects tonight, I'm a little bit of a fish out of water because the architect wasn't able to be here today. But I think the presentation will show that from a historic preservation perspective, the changes we're proposing to the structure are relatively minimal and in a lot of respects, improving features of the structure that have been neglected. So starting with the site plan, I'll come around. As staff stated, the goal is to create adaptive reuse. Currently, the use of the structure is an office building. And so there's no change proposed to the structure itself, specifically the northwest and south faces. Based on the staff report, this is actually an updated site plan. I will have a presentation where we'll zoom in a little bit, but we were responsive to staff and some of the concerns with the location of the ADA lift and also with respect to where the waste bins are located. So the external improvements will be a new access point here on the north elevation, the north side of the building, but on the east elevation. So it's actually quite sheltered from view. None of the photos you've actually seen so far, and if you walk the street, you can't see where this access point will be, and that's deliberate so that we're not affecting the contribution of the structure. And then the reorienting of the access on there's two existing access points on the east elevation, and we would reorient the stairway so that there's a mid-level rise here where the ADA lift can be placed in the back of the building.
Can we see this on camera or?
Yeah, I will zoom into this. I'm just starting with the site plan, and the presentation will show that. Shifting to the east elevation, so I'll start with the Elmo and then I'll go to the presentation.
If you look back up there and use this.
Okay.
Go back.
So Again, this is the east face of the structure here. This is the east face of the structure, and all of the proposed changes that have to do with rezoning are focused on this east face of the structure. So you see on the existing elevation, there's 2 access points, and both of those access points have stairways that that go east straight out of the structure. And then where the additional proposed access is, there's a window there that, again, is hidden from view unless you walk around the side of the building there. And so on the east elevation, what's proposed is to put a doorway there. That's the new access point for the adaptive reuse. And then to reorient the access so that we can add an ADA lift here you see on the mid-level landing. So by putting it between those structures, we can have one stairway. While it is larger than the existing stairways, it's one stairway with that mid-level rise so that ADA access can access here. And this door would be slightly wider to accommodate ADA access. Now, as I stated, the changes to the structure here, we're making them as minimal as possible. And so the whole goal from the beginning, and what I've pushed the client here to do, is to minimize the impacts and basically follow the direction of staff. And so the changes to the site plan we've already proposed do that. There's no additional square footage proposed on this, and the changes are to the elevation that is hidden from plant and then doesn't face beach. Can we switch to the screen, please? I have a presentation that I'll switch to now. So I think it's important here now to take a minute to talk about the actual rezoning. It's a little bit unique. The current use is an office building, as stated, which fits with the current zoning of R01. It's located in a mixed-use area. I have an aerial I'll go over in a moment that talks about the uses surrounding. And we're seeking a multifamily use. What's interesting is that the use would be permitted by right if we were redeveloping the site, but obviously that's not the goal. The goal here is an adaptive reuse. So, given the location of the property, we would obviously be before you with a certificate of appropriateness in that case. But a PD is required because the existing structure doesn't meet the standards that would allow us to develop by right. And then, of course, the waivers, which I'll go into later. As stated, the external changes would be to improve parking, to screen the solid waste, and then to change and add access. So this is an aerial of the surrounding area, and then I have some pictures of structures on Beach and Hyde Park. All of the properties shown there in red are commercial, they're actually all office uses. I've circled the subject site there in green, and I've shown it in the color that we're proposing to show how it would fit into the proposed application here. There are a lot of multifamily uses and a lot of office uses, and then you see in yellow there are 2 single-family homes in the area. Now, I also categorize the different multifamily uses because I think that it's significant to understand the differences here. Further to the east, there are a couple of very large multifamily developments, and that's in the dark blue. And then my cursor, if that'll show, that there's one sort of outlier here as far as multifamily is concerned, and that's a duplex that exists there. The rest of these sites that are in sort of that regular blue color are all older contributing structures or older structures that have been adapted to be used as multifamily. And so it really does fit in with the character of the area, both as an office or as a multifamily use, based on what we see here around the property. So starting on the south side of Beach Place, there are 2 office buildings. The office buildings are this top left picture. It's set back behind parking. And then the other is actually 1 lot away, but I try to get it in the picture here. And that is fronting plant that is an office building. This blue structure is one of the 2 single-family units in the general area. And then the other two structures on the south side of Beach Place are historic structures with multifamily, similar to what's proposed with this application. On the same street front, so the north side of Beach Place, on the top left here, we have the subject property. And then just to the east and then further east, there are three structures in a row that are historic structures that have multifamily uses. So if this is approved, essentially that block would all be the same use until you get to the east end, which again is a different, larger multifamily use that's existing there today. Going to the block to the north, it's similar. We have multifamily and then the one duplex that I pointed out in the map. The duplex is this top right structure here, and then of course the larger multifamily further to the east, just to the extent of the area I showed. And then on Plant Avenue, and I realized an error while I was sitting here. There is the other single-family detached structure is actually on Plant. It's not shown here. The rest of the uses on Plant are office uses, and some of them are historic, and some of them you can see, are more modern office buildings. So the changes, again, to improve the parking, to screen the solid waste, and then to change the access to the structure itself. So now, to go into detail of the proposed changes, the parking is the biggest challenge on site because there's no way to adjust the structure to account for the parking. Now, what's interesting is basically the entire area is under park. So the current use would require 11 spaces. The use we're proposing actually has a smaller requirement. And also, as you can see, it's totally unimproved. So they're basically, it's just a gravel lot right now. And so what we proposed was how do we maximize the parking on site? And in talking with staff, staff felt that given the orientation of the structure, that was going to create challenges with compatibility because you're going to have a row of historic structures and then a parking lot. And so what we agreed to with staff is to keep the back part of the lot gravel. This serves two purposes. One, it reduces sort of that overbearing area of pavement, but also, if you see here, there's a 54-inch grand oak that's been there for a very, very long time. And so natural resources staff asked us to keep that area gravel so that we don't interfere with that grand oak. That oak's actually in the alley. It's off property, but it's so large that the radius would actually come into our property. So we agreed to remove some of the improved parking area and leave that gravel. The second request of staff was to not pave all of the parking area, but instead have pervious pavers that would be more in character with the rest of the block, which we agreed to. And then finally, the request, it shows up here in green, but we agreed to a 4-foot high fence with climbing vegetation planted, so a decorative fence with climbing vegetation to do our best to screen those parking spaces. Simply because the orientation is different from the rest of the block, and obviously we can't do anything about the orientation, so doing our best to improve and screen that. The other change, this one's pretty minor, but there's no enclosure for solid waste today, and so what we propose is to screen and put the solid waste underneath the new proposed access. I think that's kind of a no-brainer, and we're talking about the challenges with the site. That one is pretty straightforward and easy, so we would put the bins underneath that area and then screen the bins. In the last change, so this is another place where we were responsive to staff, and this was actually more recent responsiveness, and so we've submitted an updated site plan. The original plan created a lot of challenges because we were trying to get the ADA access to the front of the building. And so staff had concerns for a number of reasons. One, we're adding all this pavement to get around the building. And two, then you're gonna be affecting more than one face of the building. So that from a remodel standpoint, the applicant preferred that, but we had the applicant change the interior remodel so that a different unit can be the ADA accessible unit. We moved it to the back. We add the mid-level landing and change so that you can see it reduces the amount of pavement on this lower picture. This is what we've recently submitted to the file. The lift goes right here. Excuse me. The only additional pavement other than the ADA space itself is this little bit of area here. And so, what we're left with is minimal impacts. As shown in the elevations, it's only that east elevation. The only new change, when we're redesigning the access on the east elevation, the only thing new is this access on the north side of the east face. And again, that's completely shielded from view. You have to walk around the building to be able to see that. So we think that that's very sensitive to the historic district. Now, waivers. To hear 7 waivers, that's a shocking thing. And so, I'm not in front of this board very often, but when we're in front of city council for rezonings frequently, and it's a challenge to ask for 7 waivers. So, you really have to break these down. 5 of those 7 waivers are all related to redesigning that parking lot. The gravel, the preservation of the grand tree, let me look at my list here so I can get it right. So the requiring, there's a buffer that's required, but because of the orientation of the parking, the decorative fence with the climbing vegetation is proposed instead. And, VUA green space would further reduce the parking. And so if you sort of look at all of the waivers cumulatively, it can be overwhelming when you realize that a lot of those are responsive to the sensitive nature of the improvements we're trying to make and the location of that grand tree. It's really, those waivers aren't quite as impactful, and the general area is underparked. Now, the development you saw just before, of course, is a new development. This is an adaptive reuse, and the code actually permits up to a 50% reduction of parking administratively for adaptive reuse for older structures, and I think the code classifies it, I don't know the exact year, but it's somewhere in the 80s. I do know that it's in the 80s. Of course, we're asking for a structure that's significantly older than that, in an area that is generally with similar uses that doesn't meet the parking. So the parking really is in character with the area, and we've done our best to offset the impact of those waivers while also creating a useful adaptive reuse. The other 2 waivers, one is a buffer would be required between the proposed application and then the property to the north, because that would become a different use because it'd be multifamily to office. And the code would require a wall. We think that would be less compatible. I mean, we're happy to put, there's a fence there now. We could put a fence up against that fence, but generally speaking, especially for this board here, we think that putting a wall up there would be less compatible. And so we think requesting that waiver is appropriate because the whole area is mixed use. These uses are commingled, and the compatibility is just not an issue here. And it would the wall would just take away from the historic all the things we're trying to save historically from the aesthetics of the site. And the last one, which is often a challenging one, is green space. We actually need 3 feet per unit here. We only need 15 square feet, and we lost that 15 square feet when we had to add the pavement for the ADA space. So that is the one that is most challenging, and we missed it by just 15 square feet. So you can imagine, right, a 3 by 5 foot area on site. So in looking at the waivers, while asking for 7 waivers sounds overwhelming, most of those relate to parking, and most of the things we did with parking were trying to accommodate this staff in this board and try and make the parking fit with the orientation of the block. The buffer we don't think makes sense in the historic district in this case, with all of the mixed use in the areas and all the existing compatibility. And then the green space request is just so minimal, we're just limited on the adaptive reuse. There's no expansion requested. We're not trying to do anything other than reuse the existing shell of the building and get into that building in a different way. And with that, I will allow staff. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Ron Vila, staff for Historic Preservation. Staff's finding that this application is consistent with the City Tampa Code of Ordinances under Chapter 27, 113, A2J, with the plans that we reviewed on July 13, 2022. Once again, you're charged this evening for a rezoning is your duties and powers as follows. With regards to the application for rezoning, changes to land use classifications or comprehensive plan amendment, to review and recommend reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historic integrity and appearance of this request. He did go through the waivers. I did want to address one of the waivers, that if this is to move forward, and he did touch upon, and we talked about it in length, that because there is a use-to-use buffer required for this particular request, that instead of the 6-foot high masonry wall, that a wood fence would be approved in that location. Under the conditions on page 3, he addressed the majority of them, but I wanted to also put into the record that he showed the alternative location for the ADA on this building, and he talked about some of the modifications, the entrances and the ramps off the back. Although any footprint change is part of the PED, the aesthetics would come through for a certificate of appropriateness at a later date. He did address the solid waste. And then the last, where we talked about the orientation, and I tried to allude to that through the photo presentation, that along Beach, and then the corner property that's in question has a different orientation to minimize the impact of the parking that's there, that is the current location, and then the future location that we talked about, a metal fence there with some vegetation to lower the impact of the parking at that site. That concludes my portion. I'll be here to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll now open for public comment if anyone is here to speak for or against the project. Seeing none, the commissioners will begin asking questions, starting on my left.
Sir, just a general point of this conversation. We're going from basically an office use to a multifamily. How many units are you proposing at this time?
5 units are proposed consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Thank you very much. One of the things that I think that might be worthy of consideration as you would perhaps be discussing this with the city of Tampa in terms of your green space. There's one thing to put green space flat on the ground, but if you're going to think about using one of your fences as a green wall, you might want to discuss that as your alternative.
I mean, we'd be happy to apply that. That's something that we could accommodate on that north boundary line.
Because that would be something that would be keeping in spirit with Part A, the requirements for your separations, as well as your good faith effort to go in that direction as much as you possibly can.
And what would be the request there? A fence that would promote climbing vegetation and, yeah.
Yes.
We could certainly consider that, and if it's this board's desire to make that a condition for consideration at City Council, we'd be able to do that.
It's just a point for your own consideration, because as you mentioned before, you're looking at a fairly large but interrelated number of waivers for this project.
That's right.
And combining certain benefits to help ameliorate the shock value of that number would be to your advantage.
What's interesting too is while the unit count could be something to consider to help alleviate the waivers, the units are actually not very small. And so if we were to reduce the unit count, it offsets the utility of the adaptive reuse, because then the units become so big that the market and the type of individuals or families that would want to rent those units change, and they don't want to live in multifamily because the structure is existing. It's fairly large.
Understood.
I just had one question for either staff or you. Is there, are the adjacent streets, are there any street parking in general available along either street?
There is street parking on Beach. I actually think that some of the photos might show that, but there's parking on Beach, and I mean, it gets utilized by some of the units today. Yes, right.
I understand.
Yeah. And then also on Plant, for that matter. There is street parking on the east side of Plant, adjacent to the property.
Adjacent to the property.
And that goes all up and down. Of course, you know, there's limitations based on curb cuts and turns, but,
I understand.
yeah.
I didn't know, based on the site plan, whether or
Yeah.
not the street layout allowed parking on the east side in front of your property and on the north side of the side street.
That's right.
But it does, I
It does,
wanted
yes.
to know that. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That's all I have.
I'm sorry, once again, the number of units?
5.
Okay, that's what I thought, okay.
Okay.
And currently, it's an office use,
Yes.
which is permitted in the RO.
RO1, yes. It's
Okay.
the current use is permitted. The site is so old that, you know, the existing parking demand, while higher than what we're requesting, just isn't met because it's been there for as long as it has.
Right, so it's, the parking is, it is grossly underserved.
So, and the other thing to consider too is the administrative waiver I mentioned in the code, you couldn't actually get that administrative waiver for the current use, but after the proposed change, it would fall within the threshold to permit that administrative waiver. Just because, you know, you talk 2 spaces, a 20% difference in approximately in that parking count.
And it's, so we have a problem, we are making the problem better by changing the use. And in order to do that, we have to go to a PD.
That's exactly right. And so the challenge with parking, we are making the parking better, but we still have to request waivers with that. And those waivers are amplified by trying to meet the requests of natural resources and staff here. But we're happy to accommodate those. It's a longer list of waivers than I'm used to seeing. I understand that.
But the condition, it seems that the end condition is one which will most likely improve. A, it keeps the 54-inch tree. B, it improves the parking situation because we're changing the use. It's not commercial any longer. The area is a mess, I mean, but it's a very happy mess right
Right.
now. And so, thank you.
Your sentiments are exactly the reason I'm willing to take this to council, right? I mean, I wouldn't normally, you know, feel comfortable going forward with a request like that, but there's also, not everyone that lives here may have a car. And so there's a lot of different factors that go into why someone would want to live there, even though the parking is a challenge, and that goes to the whole area.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
I have no further questions. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you'd like.
I think answering questions was enough rebuttal, thank you.
Thank you. We'll close the public hearing and commissioners will discuss the case.
I mean, I'm always in favor of trying to do things that preserve a historic building, a historic structure in its entirety with very little destruction or alteration to the property, to the historic structure itself. That's our goal of this board. So I'm all in favor of making some concessions in order to have a happy reuse of an existing historic structure. I don't want to make the motion with all of these waivers. It's understood that, you know, they're written with a couple of little small, I think, tweaks. But no, I think it's way more complex sounding than it actually is in reality. And the existing parking is actually more in violation of what the new parking will be, so it's an improvement. And, you know, even though it requires a waiver, it's an improvement. Yeah.
Oh, just make a note, waiver number 6, I think that it'd be good for when we make a recommendation to include verbiage about, that we recommend wood fences as opposed to masonry.
I think also that fence could also be a green fence. You know, it could encourage growth on the north fence as well as the south fence, and add, you know, and kind of ameliorate the lack of green space.
Although I bet that they're going to want their money,
Mhm.
right? Because otherwise they have to pay because they don't have as much green space. They probably do not have, I don't know. They probably don't have a way to accommodate
Vertical
vines on
greens,
a,
yeah.
vines on a fence as
Right.
as replacing that, but it is a good thing nonetheless.
A nice thing to do. Not part of the waiver. Anyone care to make a motion? Get ready.
Move to recommend City Council approve ARC 22-329, rezoning 22-26 for the property located at 326 South Plant Avenue for the proposed rezoning from R01 to PD with the following conditions. Those conditions as listed in the staff report. Waiver number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to be as stated in the staff report. Waiver number 6 to add the verbiage as follows. 1'5" to the north with a wood fence to promote plant growth. And waiver number 7 to be as stated.
Excuse me, Commissioner Myers, can you just restate the rezoning case number as RAZ 2266?
Yes. Move to recommend City Council approve ARC 22-329, rezoning 22-66. As previously stated.
And then you're going to finish your motion?
For the reasons that the rezoning promotes the adaptive reuse of an existing structure with extremely minor, of an existing contributing structure with very minor modifications.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you.
Commissioners, this would be a time to take a break if you want to take a break, or do you want to move forward?
We'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. We're back in session. The last agenda item is ARC 22-351/REZ 22-56. This is a rezoning as well. The property address is 1502 South Howard Avenue. This is in the Hyde Park Historic District. There are two structures located within the subject site. There is at 1401 DeSoto Avenue, there is a period structure that dates back to 1924, but indicated on our map. It's a non-contributing structure. Then the old restaurant, the address is 1502 Howard Avenue. That dates back to 1957, which is also a non-contributing structure. The use moving forward is for commercial. The underlying use is PD. The recommendation is from PD to PD. When you review a parcel that has a PD already on it, the PD is site plan specific, as we talked about this evening. So the footprint and the massing of the structure and the site that's currently there is being requested to be altered to what you're going to see this evening. Once again, the duties and powers of the ARC board is to recommend reasonable land uses. Their duties and powers are to stay within the Chapter 27-113 code section as they review the project this evening. There are no waivers associated with this request this evening. Moving to the photo presentation. There are three block faces here that are very important as this project moves forward. It's kind of on an apex, looking at the site plan and the Sanborn map presented here. This is from 1929. This green shaded area should have came over here. This is the period non-contributing structure 2 on the corner of Hills and DeSoto. This is Howard Avenue. You have Hills to the north, and you have DeSoto to the northeast. As a reference point, you have Bayshore Boulevard. You come down Bayshore Boulevard, and it's within the first block. There is no alley associated within this area of Hyde Park. Once again, the vicinity map showing the overall footprint of the local district. We're over here on the southwest portion, Bayshore Boulevard, and then coming down Howard is a reference point. This is the property here in question. As I stated, it should have come in here and encapsulated this period non-contributing structure as well, but it does accept Howard Avenue, Hills, and then DeSoto. This is looking from above. This is looking at the subject site as it sits today. That encompasses the current PDs. So one-story non-contributing structure. Just kind of moving around the site, you see a retaining wall. You see some street trees that are in the parkway, granite curbing. Moving to what was kind of back a house at the time. They had some solid waste back here and some parking. And this is a curb cut off of the existing curb cut off of Howard. Just looking into that site, how it functioned as a restaurant. This is continuing down Howard to the south towards Bayshore. This is looking across the street, across Howard Avenue. Once again, a period home across Howard Avenue. And looking in both directions of Howard. This is Howard looking towards Bayshore. Subject site is on the left. And looking down Howard to the north, reference point, you have Burns Park. This is looking back at the subject site. This is the north elevation, and this is Hills. You see how the parkway has been altered in the past, and through this presentation, you'll see how they want to put the parkway to contribute to the urban environment. This is looking down Hills, back into the neighborhood. Howard's to my back. You have Burns Park. You see the parkway here has been reestablished and what it currently looks like. Looking across to the north of Burns Park, this is Howard Avenue and Hills. This is looking at the non-contributing period structure that's on the site. and some of the parking that abuts Hills. This is looking at that non-contributing structure from DeSoto with heavy vegetation. This is trying to look at the interior, which would be the south of that period structure, but can't see too much because of that vegetation. And then what's mostly affected here is the abutting structure on DeSoto, which is 1405 DeSoto. That concludes the photo presentation, and I'll have the team that's going to present address the board at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jim Porter. I'm with the Ackerman Law Firm, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa. With me today as part of the applicant's team is the applicant, Cliff Fernandez, and the project architects, Giancarlo Giusti and Andy Pena, who will be presenting the actual program and testimony for you today. As I said, we're excited to be here tonight to present this project to you. As you know, if we get approved as City Council, we'll be back in front of you to seek a certificate of appropriateness for new construction, and at that point we can get into more detail. But the proposal tonight is a rezoning to amend the existing PD at 1502 South Howard. As you know, it's the site of the former Le Bordeaux and more recently Copperfish, but it has been vacant for several years. And as Ron said, there's also a single-family residence on the site. The current plan development allows both restaurant use and single-family. We're proposing to amend the existing PD to remove all commercial aspects from the zoning and allow only townhouses. As Ron said, we are seeking no waivers for this project. The site has 3 future land use categories that allow for a density of up to 12 residential units, but we are only asking for 8 units, and these would be a townhouse model fronting on South Howard, Hills, and on to DeSoto. We have had several neighborhood meetings, both individual meetings at the architect's office and a larger meeting at Kate Jackson Park. We take the neighborhood concerns very seriously. To the greatest extent possible, we try to accommodate concerns and wishes they have onto the site plan, because this will be a site plan controlled zoning. I think it's important to note that the proposed use is a much more passive use than the current use that allows a restaurant. Things associated with restaurant include loud noises, late nights, certainly parking issues that this neighborhood has had to deal with Fresh Kitchen through the years. And odors associated with restaurant. You've seen equipment that's in the back, solid waste issues. All of those will be addressed and removed if this zoning is allowed to be approved for townhouses only with no commercial elements. Giancarlo will go through and show and demonstrate to you that the project is consistent with the historic Hyde Park design guidelines as it relates to the matters that you're concerned with. But I want to touch on a few highlights that he'll later expand upon, because there are things that are very important and things that we're very proud of. First of all, there's going to be one single access point onto the site from South Howard. There'll be no access points on Hills or on DeSoto. Further, and this is a big one, all the parking will be contained underground on site. There'll be no on-street parking. Currently, there are cars parked on Hills that will be removed. We're creating more parking spaces that's required, so even with visitors, there'll be no overflow parking into the street. Removing the parking spaces from Hills is important because we're adjacent to or across the street from Burns Park. And currently, that park is not activated and utilized as it could be. Once those parking spaces are removed, as Ron alluded to, we'll restore the greenway piece of Hills, activate that park, and really create that urban environment with a park that's been planned for so long. This will be a pedestrian-friendly frontage on Howard. There'll be front porches, landscaping, and balconies that will create a pedestrian-friendly environment as you come from Bayshore further along Howard Avenue. Again, Hills will have an active parkway. And then as you round the corner onto DeSoto, there's going to be a step down in height to reflect the existing nature on DeSoto. And one of the things we're most proud of as well is we're going to match the setback of the existing houses. And that's one of the things that's important in the district, as you know. So we'll create a setback that matches the existing houses on DeSoto and protect the integrity of the street. All the orientation of the buildings will be parallel to the streets, both Howard Hills and DeSoto. We do have a very detailed presentation that I'm going to turn over to the architects, but the two things I really want to emphasize are there are no waivers associated with this, and the density that's allowed or contemplated under the comprehensive plan is greater than what we're proposing. And that matters when you consider things like massing, setback, and orientation, what the comp plan contemplates. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the architects to do the substantive presentation. We're happy to answer any questions. We'll save time for rebuttal, and we respectfully ask for your recommendation of approval to City Council. Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for having us, Council. Thank you, Jim. That was a great explanation. So we're going to try to make it brief. We have a very challenging project, and we knew this all along. All the neighbors are here. We have been working with the staff members from the Historical Preservation. Sorry. Oh, Giancarlo Giusti with Modulo. So then we already knew about the situation, and what we have done is explore what's happening with the site. And it's a very challenging site. It's got a very awkward shape. It has two different conditions. It has a suburban condition, which is a very shallow street, quiet street neighborhood. And then it has a very urban corridor, which is part of the arteries of the Tampa Bay. And I will show you a little bit of what's happening here. So as philosophically speaking, we started looking at what Tampa is made out of, and we have this north-south axis, different type of veins or arteries that run north and south and go through the city. And as we go through the pictures, we're emphasizing the main artery through Bay Shore, which is a very pedestrian-friendly, family-oriented, natural aspect of the city, connecting through one of the main arteries going through the north and south of the city. And so then we started looking at how fast-paced the urban and the juxtaposition of urban and suburban, plus a park right in front of the property, and the awkward shape. And so by looking at different aspects of the park, we started looking at images of what's happening through the area. And there is a restaurant that is abandoned at the moment, but it's supposed to be very loud, and the parking has been an issue. We're trying to, actually we are doing is getting rid of all the parallel parking and activating the sidewalks to make them pedestrian friendly and more family oriented for the community. So here we're thinking urbanism, and this is what's happening in Howard. You can start seeing the kind of facade and the massing that's happening throughout the streets, and how, in this case, all you have is a parking lot that has a huge garbage container, and I think the neighbor behind this one, which is Dominic Graziano, he had put an 8-foot wall between the property and his residence. You can start seeing the massing of the surrounding area. This is an old church that is one of our favorite buildings, and this is where we're picking up some of the languages and heights and the scale and proportions and repetition of the elements that create the architecture in this area. Materiality is important too. This is a direct relationship between the park and the north elevation of the site. Now you can start seeing what is happening around the Howard corridor and how we can use our design to make this better. And so you can start seeing the masses of the buildings, the existing buildings around the area, and I'm going to go a little faster, we're going to run out of time. Here we're looking at the park and some of the other buildings that are around the area. We have paid close attention to the neighborhoods, just like we're paying close attention to what's happening to the Howard corridor, and the neighborhood is very important. And so I think that, let me see, how do we go back? Oh, here. Okay. So. Yeah, go back to there. Okay, so then what we're going to be looking at is we started doing some sketches by looking at what's happening around the area. And very quickly we start looking at the conditions of the water and the corridor and the site. And then we start looking at the massing of the neighborhood and the way the facades are working in a tectonic way, and how all the structures are expressed. And so the massing of the buildings that are adjacent to the site as well, such as this one. And then we start picking up from the verticality and the changes of the scale and the way the openings and windows work, emphasizing the front porch. And so then we go back to here. So over here and here. And now we start looking at some exploration of the massing, okay? And we start looking at what's happening when we start putting our design in the neighborhood. And we start doing these section cuts or long elevations of the whole Howard corridor and placing the hypothetical design on the site and seeing what the heights are doing and the languages, and basically all the buildings around the surrounding area. And then we have this sort of elevation. This is on the Soto. And then you can start seeing how this elevation is respecting the repetition of the facades and the languages and the profiles of the lines of the roofs. And so we're thinking about the neighborhood and how the appropriate scale and proportion of our facade on the Soto one, which is a really difficult one. I know that this project is really difficult. This is the most difficult facade. And so then we started doing light studies and different sections between the backyard to the backyard. I think, hypothetically speaking, most of the problems are backyard to backyard, but this is what you see is the large amount of the dense vegetation in between the two. And then we'll go ahead and show you some renderings, I think. Okay. So we went ahead and started looking at how this massing will look, and this has been a ton of hard work trying to comply with everybody, the neighborhood, the Howard corridor, the pedestrians, the families, what happens when you don't have any parking. This is a 3-story building with a small covered rooftop area, and the reason we're doing that is because we want to bring the scale of the building on Howard to relate to the other buildings around them, and then as it turns the corner, there is an opportunity to create these nooks that are more like a public servant of the urbanism. And as you turn around, the scale needs to come down and then quickly start becoming the profile. Oh, this is the wrong, this one right here. So this is one of the challenging facades. I know that the neighbors are here, and I know that this is a controversial project. So in that, we can start seeing how all the parking is going to be covered. There is absolutely no parking. There is no curb cuts, and the greenway is being expressed now in the city. It's being revived. There's only one entry to the parking. All the garbage is going to happen on Howard. It's not a commercial project. When Cliff approaches, he said that he wanted to put a sandwich shop in the corner. That brought a lot of different problems with the fire trucks and all of that, so we made it a pure residential unit. We started doing explorations of what happens on the back of the building and what you see, how the neighbors react to the other neighbors, and how their facade treatments on the backyard. So again, so it's not only 3 facades, it's actually 5 facades. We're playing with the roof, we're playing with the backyards, we're playing with Howard, we're playing with Hills. Yeah. And the Soto. So.
And my name is Andy Pina, and I also wanted to mention real quick is that privacy is a big deal, and privacy works both ways, both for the neighbors and for this project. What we're essentially showing here is just an opportunity to have natural light come into our building, but yet be essentially on the sides, so that that there are no privacy issues, and this can become sort of like a wall of planters where, it's not anymore a 35-foot wall, but it's a wall of planters. Just quickly, I would like to maybe go back and look at some of the references. Sorry.
Where is the?
Yeah, so while Andy's looking for that, I'd like to emphasize that we understand the rooftop idea it's been challenging, but it's Florida. I think these the homeowners of this building, they will need to have some kind of, I don't want to call it backyard, but they need to have some exterior spaces. We're providing front porches and all kinds of frontages to the building, but they don't have an exterior place to enjoy, so we're occupying the 25% that is being given on the rooftop.
So, you know, these are just some references of, you know, nearby buildings that have rooftops. Also, there are also, you know, some examples of massing, of the kind of massing that you expect to see in that area. Again, yeah, sure. So that's another building. So you see, you know, obviously this is probably way too far. This is on Bay Shore, probably.
But this one is,
Yeah.
yeah,
So this is, you know, the church building that we all like.
and the juxtaposition right here, go back. This is the one behind the
Right.
church, it's on Decal, and that one is also a large building next to the community.
Right.
as
You
well.
can also see,
That one.
you can also see this juxtaposition where, you know, this is a tall building. I think it's almost a 4-story building. And it is adjacent to this kind of massing, which is obviously way more residential. That's it.
Open the site plan.
So, just. So just quickly on the site plan, kind of reiterating some of the same points. We do have only one vehicular entry to the site, and that is on South Howard Avenue. Other than that, essentially, you know, we have a greenway or a parkway that has been restored on this side as well. So the corner is, you know, as it has been established. It is good to know that, or good to note, that again, you know, we're providing an entry porch for each of the units, as well, you know, as an entry stoop to each one of them. As we move over this way, you know, this is where we want to talk about the setbacks a little bit.
The amount of parking spots.
Yeah, definitely. So, talking about the setbacks, we're kind of, you know, you can see over here, not only the setbacks to the front of the existing setbacks to the front of the houses, but also, you know, the setbacks to essentially the 2-story massing of the existing houses. So, what we're hoping to do here is that we are providing, you know, a 24'3", I know it's an awkward number, it's a 24'3" foot setback to what we've provided as an entry porch to our building. And also that porch, it will be another 20'6" from that setback, basically to see if we can align not only the ultimate building line, but also the ultimate larger massing, kind of align it to the massing of the existing homes. Again, parking, we are required only to have, I believe it's 18 parking spots. We're providing 26, which is a good thing to note, because what that means is that there's going to be plenty of parking for visitors, and there's not going to be a need to park anywhere outside of this building. Again, as we mentioned, this building is, you know, the parking is all enclosed. You're not going to see any cars except obviously at the entry point. This is where we propose to provide the solid waste container storage, and then these two areas over here is essentially where we plan to basically for the neighbors for the dwellers to bring those out for trash pickup. We're providing a 5-foot setback on this side, same as over here, 5-foot setback, and then we're providing a 7-foot setback over here. The reason for that is because this house, the way it's, you know, it's positioned as it is existing, it is a little too close to the property line, so we thought it would give it a little bit of a relief there. And obviously this is definitely a landscape buffer area. Other than that, I do want to, you know, we do also have exterior elevations. They can throw you off a little bit, just because, you know, you never really see buildings in exterior elevations. You know, you always see them in perspective. So this may, you know, unfortunately, you know, the building may look a bit, more massive than it will really look, but anyways, we'll show that to you real quick. I want to talk about the height a little bit as well, the heights. See elevations. So I'm going to go right to the elevation that I guess matters the most. Let's see if I can remove this. Okay. So this is the elevation that matters the most. Again, please, I do not want us to get caught up right now on detailing of, certain architectural elements. This, what we're going for is sort of a massing exercise and kind of follow all of the things that are provided on the design guidelines. So just quickly, I want to talk about heights. The maximum building height per zoning, is essentially 35 feet. To the roof, we are maximizing that right now. We've had some debates, amongst us. But right now, that's where we are at 35 feet, and we're proposing also another parapet or railing, if you will, at 38.6. And then ultimately, these rooftop coverages are essentially just to provide the dwellers some, outdoor space. This is also another thing that, we've gone back and forth on. We are only occupying 25% of the square footage of the roof for this, rooftops. Zoning does allow that. We do want to mention again that, it is 8 units, and the units range from anywhere from 3,000 to 4,000 square foot. So what that means is that, we're hoping, we can get a little more of a sophisticated, high-end neighbors in this building. I just want to go back real quick to the massing. And then I'll go back to the site plan and leave it at that. So again, over here you see some of the heights, 12 foot above grade to top of beam, sort of matching what's there right now. 18.7 above grade, top of ridge, again, same thing. And then 26 foot above grade, this is the top of the railing of this balcony that, we're hoping to align that sort of with the top of these roofs. And, that's what we're trying to work with to step down the building towards this side. If you look at these dimensions, it kind of gives you an idea of what the existing widths of, some of the houses are, and also the distances in between. So we're trying to carry that over with our design as well, where we have a width, in the range of the 40 feet, and then a distance from the existing porch in the range of 40 feet. Other than that, I just wanted to also make sure we understand here that, as I was explaining earlier, on the elevation, it can be a little deceiving because, you see the building the way you never really see it. Ultimately, this is what you'll be able to see there, and you can kind of see that sort of the building behind these houses, it'll, obviously it's not going to disappear. It's still going to be a 30-foot wall or a 35-foot wall, but it will kind of be sort of a background, and with all the landscape that we're proposing ourselves and the landscape that's there existing, we believe it's going to be soft to the eye.
We have met with the city, I think it was 4 times, so we haven't done this out of just a whim. And we met with the neighborhoods
I do
3 times.
Yeah, and I do want to mention that there were some very legitimate concerns from the neighbors. I think I saw Dennis here earlier. I think he had mentioned that he was definitely concerned with noises and where the HVAC locations HVAC units would be located. So we have had it notes, and this has also gone to the zoning submission. So it's essentially on record now, where we say that no generators shall be permitted on the project. We say all garage exhaust shall be vented to exit through the roofs. All air conditioning, condensing units, and exhaust systems shall be screened to mitigate against sound and visual impacts. All activity on the rooftops shall be oriented towards the commercial uses on Howard Avenue. Speaking of that, since we have a little bit of time, I can quickly show you a roof plan to kind of give you an idea. To kind of give you an idea where these rooftops that we're proposing will be located. So again, this is Howard Avenue, Hills, DeSoto. This is the neighbors. Again, this is the extent of the rooftop. Anything that you see in white, anything that is in gray, and this is also something that has gone with the zoning and it's on record. It says hatch indicates portion of roof to be unoccupied, no access. So these are areas that, you know, even though we are showing a green roof on our renderings, more for sustainability reasons, we'd like to see, you know, if we can use these areas for HVAC conditioning units and exhaust fans. Lastly, you know, if you bear with me, I'll go back real quick to a light study. Again, I just want to mention that this is another concern that another neighbor had. Is everybody falling asleep? So this is a light study. You know, this basically is the house that is right next to our development. And this section is cut essentially through this house looking south and through our building. So we, you know, the reason we did this is that so that we can show sort of a relationship to the massing, but also a relationship of the distance between these two buildings, which are almost 62 feet apart. What you see here is that 3:30 p.m. and 10:30 a.m. are essentially times that are during the winter solstice, which was, I believe, December 21st. So basically, I'm taking a worst-case scenario where the sun would obviously come very low. So, you know, our building would start casting shadow on this property only about around 10:30 a.m. And then around 3:30 p.m., it would ultimately start to cast some shadow over the house. But please keep in mind that, you know, give it an hour more, an hour and a half, then you have full sunset. I also want to mention that this tree here is actually shown for its correct height. It is a major tree that we're trying to preserve. So ultimately, obviously, you know, we can't claim that our building doesn't cast any shadow, but you know, there is an existing tree there that casts, you know, a lot of shadow, and it's been there for a long time, and we're going to try to preserve it. Yes, correct. So the stormwater drainage system, it's all going to be interior drains, basically, collected from the roof all the way down. Now, let me go back to the site plan real quick. There is a calculation that our civil engineer had done, which is this right here, which basically shows that it shows essentially the existing impervious area ratio versus the proposed. And I'm sorry, I have to ask Cliff, it was about 3,500 square feet, the difference? 38,750. Okay, so. Very minimal. Right, so the difference from the existing to what we're proposing is essentially minimum 3,800 square feet, which we plan to handle that with an underground retainage system or basin. So I think that's it. I can't think of anything else right now. You can take questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, I'm staff with Historic Preservation. Just to touch upon your duties and powers under Chapter 27, regards to the rezoning, land use change classification, or comprehensive plan amendment to review and recommend reasonable land use to the extent necessary to preserve the historic integrity and appearance. In your packet, there are letters that had been submitted. We forwarded them to you, and then we got additional letters, I believe, over the weekend and today. So I believe we have a comprehensive list of the interaction that the public had with our staff. Under conditions, additional items to be discussed is to demonstrate that the setback patterns along DeSoto, but I think also along Howard Avenue and Hills should be addressed, some dimensional requirements or some dimensional lines shown. so you see the sensitivity of the project moving forward. They did touch upon the reestablishment of the parkway on all street frontages, but if additional information is required, I believe they have it. Solid waste, they talked about there's a corral, there's 8 units here, and the bins would be not visible from the right-of-way. I believe that they're gonna have some kind of gates in place to restrict the parking or the access for people that come in. It's indicated on the site plan, but I don't believe it was addressed. They did mention the stormwater retention on site. With all PDs that are of size, we have the one caveat to allow some kind of build-to-line setback up to 5 foot, and the language is on page 3 of your staff report. This project should be reviewed this evening for the scale and the mass, the rhythm, alignment, and orientation. There were some design elements showed to assist you in the overall massing, but that will come forward at the time of the certificate of appropriateness. I think to understand the project as well is to look at the height at different sections of this request this evening, and if they could provide that information moving forward. That concludes the list that I had, and I'll be here to answer any questions. I know that there's going to be some people from the public to speak. When you're ready to speak, if you could line up so we get a count of how many people are going to be here. You have 3 minutes to speak. I know some of you gave your time to different speakers. We have the waiver forms up here. Hopefully they're complete. When the speakers that have the waiver forms address the podium, let us know. We'll let you know how many minutes you have, and we'll set the timer as well. That concludes my portion, and I'll be here to answer any questions.
Kamaria Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office. So I'm right here. If you have not been previously sworn and you're going to speak, can you please stand up so you can be sworn? Okay.
If you are here to speak for or against the project, please line up on the left side of the room.
And you got my time.
So this is Patrick Cimino. You have 6 minutes, Patrick.
Okay, thank you. Well, my name is Patrick Cimino. I'm the president of Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association, and I live at 604 South Oregon Avenue. And I'm going to focus on the design guidelines, primarily mass, height, and scale. But I also want to reemphasize, which has come up, Chapter 27 has a lot of elements that emphasize protecting the historic quality, particularly the single-family home of the historic areas. You all already know these. I'm not going to reiterate them, but I am going to focus a lot on height and massing. I'm going to start with massing, and you saw the, I believe, a rendering of the current PD, which is showing here to the left. This PD is for 2 structures, a single-family 2-story residence and a 1-story restaurant with a total gross square footage of 8,600 square feet. According to the renderings presented by the petitioner, the proposal calls for 50,000 gross square feet, which is a significant increase in massing. It carries out its arithmetic that, you know, it's based on, you do square foot per acre, and it's dramatic. This building, the proposal includes enclosed parking. To my knowledge, there is no example of any historic building in the Hyde Park District that has enclosed parking like this. The only buildings I can think of that do are the Village, which is its own animal, and the unfortunate condo at the end of the street, which has affected one of the most charming streets in Hyde Park, with its median and good representation of single-family homes, and then a little bit north some multifamily and parks. I'd like to note that there's also no historic rooftop patios. If there are ones that have been added, most of those abut Bay Shore, and so they're distinctive in that quality. There was a proposal that was included 33,000 gross square feet, which was withdrawn in 2021 for this same parcel. I'm just going to reemphasize, this is the elevation as presented on DeSoto, and you can see the single-family home, it tops out at 26 feet. If you look at the elevation of the proposed structure, it's 38 feet to the left, and it goes up to 50 feet, including those elements on the rooftop. That's quite a bit of height that is out of proportion to the representation of single-family homes along that block. And this just is a representation emphasizing the rooftop. And the width between, I'm going to give another rendering, between this house and the south wall of the proposal is only 5 to 7 feet. With footers and everything, that's not going to allow for any landscaping or even meaningful for wall for the owner. So I think it's really important. I did put a little arrow to say that setback there really compromises that neighbor particularly, but it also is a compromise in the back of the property because that is not much setback to do anything with. And you're looking at, as these houses here, they're looking at almost 40 feet of solid wall with that limited setback. As far as orientation, we're looking at very heavy coverage. There is a setback, as noted, from DeSoto and with the porch-like structure. But then right after that porch-like structure, at the front of the houses, it goes up 38 feet. And then in one end, 50 feet. So that's really out of proportion. I use this, while I know there's an effort to put some element to mimic a front porch, it's hard to compare this structure here in front of the proposed building and looking at a single-family home. Single-family home slowly goes up to 26 feet, and this jumps up to almost 40 feet. That is a dramatic amount of height. So we recommend not recommending this proposal for lack of consistency with the guidelines, particularly mass and scale. We feel it lacks insight into characteristics of a historic neighborhood, particularly predominated by single-family homes, and at least an attempt to scale a single-family home on DeSoto would at least give something to hold on to, but that's not here. And I think and I'm not here to judge creativity, I'm not looking at design, but I think there's a more creative potential here for something that would blend better with the neighborhood without this sort of going over maximum quantity over quality. And that's my presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Deacon, you have a total of 4 minutes.
Thank you. My name is George Deacon. I live at 1408 South DeSoto. Our home was built in 1915. It's a contributing structure. We lived in it since 1991. And our property line is approximately 100 feet from the closest edge of the proposed rezoning. I'm going to talk about the massing, building form, and scale from the design guidelines, and these are all quotes from the guidelines. Number one, on massing and building form, new buildings should have a similar massing and building form to neighborhood buildings. And massing, as defined, is generally defined as bulk. Massing will allow a new building to be compatible with the adjacent building and the entire neighborhood. In regard to scale, the height and width, the ratio on front facades, in the case of corner lots, 2 facades, and it should be similar proportions to the neighboring buildings. In this case, we actually have 3 facades, as was mentioned earlier, 1 on Howard, one on Hills and one on DeSoto. Next is the graphic that I prepared. And it shows the, I'm sorry. North is to the top. Here's Howard Avenue, DeSoto, Bayshore Hills, and the proposed rezonings in purple. I've shown the building heights of the adjacent buildings in circles, and the red numbers represent the heights of the number of stories in those buildings. The buildings with the yellow shading are contributing structures. The buildings in the orange fill are non-contributing structures. And as you can see on most of the DeSoto and Hills, they're all contributing structures, and none of them are more than 2 feet. None of the contributing structures, or none of the structures in the area, have rooftop, quote, backyards, as the proposed project does, rezoning. They've also have, they've shown us concept plans with pools on the rooftop. It's a backyard. And the height with the floating canopy is 50 feet compared to the other buildings in the area that are just 2 stories. Lastly, just opposed to this particular rezoning because it's not similar in massing to the building and form of the neighboring buildings. It's also rezoning project is not similar in scale to the adjacent buildings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go. My name is Dennis Van. I reside at 1409 South DeSoto Avenue. From the ARC guidelines, I don't see how this massive building could possibly meet the first 4 guidelines. The first 2 go hand in hand for this project. Scale, height, and width. Second is massing and building form. This building is massive with the low points of 38 feet 6 inches for the parapet and high points of 50 feet 6 inches for the gabled gazebos and elevator shafts. I tried to highlight here in pink where the parapet is, going across here, and that's at the 38 feet 6, and the height of the gabled gazebos at 50 feet 6. Just to show you the scaling for the neighboring house, I kind of color-coded this so you can see the proportion of how this massive structure is out of scale, and this is an adjacent property. Because when the ARC references, they references adjacent properties. This is an adjacent property. These 2 houses are adjacent property. I have a 1-story, which is an adjacent property. With the rooftop gazebos, you have 1-story, 2-story, 3 stories, 4 stories with this rooftop living area. So it's basically a 4-story structure next to 2-story residential houses. The next 2 kind of go hand in hand as well, setback and orientation and site coverage. The adjacent building on Howard has a front setback of 24 feet 6 inches from the sidewalk and a rear setback of 20 feet. That's this adjacent building. It's got 24 feet 6 in the front and 20 feet in the back. This building has tried to maximize the entire footprint of the site with only a south side and rear setback of 5 foot. No shade trees, no green space on the property other than their private rooftop lawn. When I look at this, this is the only green space that they're gonna have on the side. Green space on this side. I don't even know how you're gonna cut this grass or even maintain that portion. This, they set back a little bit more, like 7.5, I believe, and this is the only green space. When you look at this table, they talk about all the trees that they're removing. They're removing all these trees. They show additional trees, but they don't show that they're actually putting those trees in the city space. They're just showing them. I don't see where they're adding any trees or doing anything for the neighborhood as far as green space or shade trees. And one of my other concerns was the venting fans for this enclosed garage. And he said that he put something in his site plan that I obviously don't have right now, but I would want to know exactly where these are. And this shaded area that's in black, I'm always hesitant to believe something that's not shown. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I don't know if that's right.
I think it's upside down.
Okay. I have more, but I just want to put that one down. Is it okay?
Yep. She has 3 minutes.
Oh, good, okay. Are you ready for me? Yes, I will. My name is Pam Canella, and I reside at 604 South Orleans. I'm here today to oppose a rezoning because I believe our top priority should be to preserving the character and history of Hyde Park's historical district. Unlike the developers, their interest is in maximizing their profits. The developer's proposal of 1502 South Howard is located on a unique corner of Hyde Park Historic District. Development in that area needs to reflect the integrity and character of the neighborhood and the importance of South Howard's 100 years of history. Allowing a massive, almost 4 stories high, 8-unit townhome complex does not. So why demolish the home on 1401 South DeSoto? This house was built in 1922. It's still zoned single-family residential and is consistent with the original plans for that neighborhood, designated in 1914 to have South DeSoto remain residential and South Howard retail. This home on 1401 South DeSoto is in keeping with the other homes on that block and reflects the true character of Hyde Park. Why not restore the home, since there is a demand, and downsize the townhomes? I too, like some of the residents, am concerned about the possibility of another restaurant in that area, as suggested by the developers. I was affected by the heavy traffic, the on-street parking, and groups of people in the middle of the street waiting to go in, and all I wanted to do was go home. I'm not opposed to either, as long as there is respect for the neighborhood and the and there's responsible development. Flooding is an issue in this and a concern in our area, which I have some pictures. A building of that capacity, height, and the higher elevation will definitely impact our neighborhood. Our already deteriorating infrastructure, failing sewer, does that mean I'm out? Okay.
I think you have 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. I forgot where I was. Anyway, all are already deteriorating infrastructure, failing sewer and drainage system, and roads with reoccurring sinkholes are in constant need of repair. For all the reasons stated, I believe this complex is not suitable for this corner or in this neighborhood, and here are my pictures. There's one. This shows I can just give them to you, but it shows all the flooding in that area already without the massive building. Thank you. You want this? You don't want my writing, do you?
You got it in the record.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who cares to speak for or against the project? All right, commissioners will begin asking questions, starting on my left.
Question for staff, please. Note from your report that this is a rezone from PD to PD. When a PD is set up, that sets up certain zoning, or if you will, land use envelope potentials for it. What are our current heightened site coverage limitations for the current PD?
The underlying PD was established in 1990, so it goes back a ways. The PD does not have a set height that you're looking at today. The set height to the existing PD is the structure that's there with the setbacks that are incorporated. I believe the original PD in 1990 that was established and what's there today, there's been some alterations over time. That site has been under violation, numerous times throughout since that PD was in place. When you look at a PD, and this PD's coming forward with nothing established on that site, you look at the surrounding properties, you see what the underlying zoning classifications are for those sites, and you get a feeling for the overall setbacks and height that are established in the immediate vicinity.
That's how we normally proceed. Thank you very much. I'll hold off further questioning at this time.
I have one question for staff. The existing contributing structure, has that been addressed for demolition?
So the period structure that I refer to is non-contributing in our map. I believe the date is 1988 when the survey was done. There was alterations done to the period structure that dates back to the 20s, but at that time, if it's altered beyond the character defining features of when it was built, it loses its contributing status. If a non-contributing structure comes forward and it requests a demolition, the demolition is granted administratively.
Thank you. Yeah. Can the applicant please address the elevations on Howard and Hills? We spent a lot of time on.
Yep.
You know how this thing turns out? Would you rather see a 2D elevation, or would you rather see a rendering?
Whichever you think is more helpful to communicate.
Let's start with the rendering and then.
Can we see like the full Howard
Oh, I'm
and
sorry.
Hills
Yes.
elevations?
So this is the Howard elevation. This is the corner, and this is Hills.
And then could you just clarify there, at one point, I believe the railing referenced on the DeSoto elevation was at 26 feet, and there was another reference at 38 feet. Can you clarify?
Correct. So the railing at 26 feet is this one over here. And then at 38 feet is essentially this one up here, which
Thank
is
you.
almost a parapet. And I also want to, I don't know, can I talk or?
Just respond to questions for now. We hadn't seen those elevations, I don't think so. I wanted to. Go ahead.
I have a question. Each of the units has an elevator, is that correct?
Yes.
Correct.
And the actual use on the, can we look at the roof plan? Can you show us what the actual roof, or what the actual use is up there?
Oh, yes.
You can also show the side on the roof plan.
Would you like me to show you on the roof plan as well?
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's see
I'm
the
sorry,
plan as
okay.
well.
Some of the drawings. Yeah. You can zoom in into here.
Okay, that's, okay, so the hatched area,
Non-habitable.
So the hatched area, yeah, there is no access. There is a wall here, a continuous wall, that prohibits access to this area.
okay, so you're suggesting that that will be primarily green, but you are also saying that you're gonna put your AC units up there, right?
Correct, yeah. No,
Here.
no. He's asking about this area. Yes, so, we do want this to be a green roof, and we do want to also, that's the only place, as of now, I mean, we haven't designed the HVAC system yet, but as of now, that we think that's where our HVAC units will go. And also, what you see here, these are skylights. They're just skylights essentially to bring natural light inside.
Okay, and then
Could you zoom back in? It's hard to see when
Oh, I'm
it's
sorry,
like,
yes.
that's good, perfect.
okay, so you have hatching going on a diagonal, and then you have some primarily vertical
Oh,
elements.
this here? So
Yeah.
this is just essentially louvers open to, basically, it's a shading device.
Shading device.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's a shading device, and then each rooftop for each unit shares one of those gables, or there's a gable for each rooftop?
For each.
A gable per
Okay,
inch.
so there's a gable for each rooftop.
Yeah.
And then the square that we're seeing towards the front is an elevator.
Correct, yep.
Okay. And that's really pushing up, that's what pushes you up to 50 feet, is the elevator.
Yeah, it's the elevator towers going all the way up to the roof. Now, realistically, are they gonna go all the way to 50 feet? I mean, we would have to get a little more, in actual design. I wouldn't be surprised if we can come lower a couple of feet, so.
Right, and your pro forma indicates to you that you need to have an elevator for each of these units.
Correct.
There's no wiggle room there.
I'm gonna have to look behind me.
It's just the way the design of the units are. Cliff Fernandez, I'm the developer. The way the units would be designed, they would need a private elevator, there's no common hallway where they could split a unit or that kind of thing, so.
Right, so, but, some people can take the stairs.
Correct, but, I do want to mention that, with the kind of price tag that these homes will have, they will most likely end up being sort of retirement homes for a lot of people, and, at some point with age, there will be a need for essentially, another means of vertical circulation. So that's my, basically my support towards it, and Cliff can look at it more of in a feasibility way, So.
May I?
Well, I have the answer to my question, and we're in a question and answer period,
Yeah,
so.
Sure, okay.
Okay,
The elevators also function as a philosophical statement of massing. When you look at these old buildings like the church, there's an emphasis on the tower element, which is a vertical element, creates a hierarchy and identity. The elevator in this case is used as that verticality, breaks the scale of the whole facade.
yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
I mean, obviously, there's a fair amount of architectural design sophistication put into this, and I understand that and respect that. What I have a problem with, if you back out a little bit on this particular roofing plan, is that it's basically taking the property, and besides the small setback on DeSoto, you know, the gesture to push the building back to the facade fronts of the adjacent residential structures down the street. Besides that, the property basically maximizes the footprint as possible, totally possible. And obviously, that's to maximize the square footage of the interior units, it's to maximize the selling price of the units, it's to maximize the value of the units. What it doesn't do is respect the neighborhood. It doesn't respect the adjacent neighbors. And a piece of property bought in a historic district needs to know that they need to respect the adjacent properties and the historic district and the guidelines. Have you considered a townhouse development solely along Howard Avenue with a vertical, with the rear of the townhouses perpendicular or parallel to Howard Avenue, to cut off that triangular piece that presses the mass so far back to the property lines that the neighbors would then have a little breathing room behind them, and then perhaps not duplicate the exact same design on, I can't even read these without my glasses.
Hills.
Around Hills. Then the design along Hills would be another animal. It would be a different animal, and not necessarily how you treat Howard Avenue can be completely different than how you treat Hills. They can be different things. I've put townhouses and row houses in historic districts, and one street is one animal, the next corner in the next street is a completely different animal and addresses completely different relationships to the neighborhood. I think this is attempting to dupe, it's lovely, it's very well thought out. I know who you are and what your design capabilities are, but to repeat it around the corner ignores the site references that need to be respected. And I think there's another way of doing something almost identical to this on Howard, not on Hills, and not with the big triangular projection back eastward towards the neighbors that could respect their neighborhood. And I just wondered if you had pursued anything like that.
Yeah, it's parking the situation. Parking is buried, like it's what you compromise by hiding the vehicle. The whole parking structure, the whole parking garage is enclosed fully. So we don't want to show the cars. The neighbors were concerned about cars, so we hid them for them. There's no cars in their backyards. So that triangular shape is maximizing the use of the land.
But you could do that on the ground floor, can't you?
Yeah,
with
absolutely,
the cars and put a wall and not build 3 stories above that and do the exact same thing. You've hidden the cars from the neighbors, but you haven't put a 3 or 4 story structure immediately adjacent to their property lines. I think there's elements here that I can support and elements here that I think could be done more sensitively to the guidelines. One in particular, the property at 1407 DeSoto, who has a swimming pool in their backyard and solar panels on their roof. Both of those are deemed virtually useless by this
So
development.
actually, that neighbor, his name is Dominic Graciano. He actually, he couldn't be here tonight, but he's one of the few who signed. He signed.
His game for it.
He's signed in support of the project.
We don't have any testimony
Yeah,
here. We don't
we
have an
do.
email.
If I could just, this is Jim Porter again, we're still in question and answer. At some point, we have to have rebuttal, and some of these things I'm going to address during rebuttal. I have a letter from Mr. Graziano, so every time that's appropriate, we'll get into some of those concerns, but happy to keep answering questions as long as you all
That was
want.
just one thing I saw from the aerial. It was like, if I owned that house, I'd have immediate issues.
Just a reminder, Kamaria Pettismaco for the record, this is the questioning and answering phase, okay?
Right. I guess I'm done with the questions, but I had questions as to whether you'd considered any of these other alternatives in order to accommodate some of the neighbors' conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. We have met with the neighbors 3 or 4 times, and it led to this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have one final question. When you, on the site plan, it's because you have only one entrance, the people who live in the unit immediately adjacent to to DeSoto have to drive the entire length of the garage every time they want to go to their parking space, and then I guess they've got 24 feet, so that's enough for them to turn around. Is that Is that the deal?
Yes.
Correct, yes.
And actually, there's a potential buyer who wants to buy 2 units there and break the wall in between and then have a whole large amount in that specific location of the building because of the views to the water and then the natural light from the north. But I understand the question, yes.
Okay, so you mentioned views to the water. So the reason there's so much emphasis on the roof is because you're getting a view to the water.
Well, it's Florida. I mean, we have the water right there in the backyard. I mean, on the backyard of the building. Everybody takes advantage of the water. I love this place. I walk there too often. And, these people don't have a backyard or a front yard. They can go to the roof and enjoy a little bit of Florida space too.
I'm trying to think if you could see the water from the top, from a
The question is if
four-story.
you can see like to Bay Shore and see the water.
Because it seems to me like there are buildings in the way, I guess.
Yeah, no,
there are buildings on the way.
Obviously, it's not a full,
It's not a panoramic view of the water.
Okay, you get a slice of
The
water.
landscape,
Okay.
the Florida landscape, I mean.
Okay.
Can you pull back up the hill, maybe the Hills Avenue elevation instead of rendering?
Mhm. That's the sort of, so.
Is it good, or do you want me to
No,
zoom
that's
up?
perfect, that's perfect. So I think we all agree that this elevation leads us to DeSoto, where we're marrying back from the large-scale Howard Avenue structures that you presented today back into the 2- and single-story residential of DeSoto and beyond. And I think that the repetition that we're bringing from Howard right onto Hills is where I'm seeing the lack of that marriage happening. Has consideration been given to stepping back, scaling back the heights for this elevation so that we get that marriage between Howard and DeSoto, commercial and
That's a fact,
residential?
yes. So let me answer that. Obviously, this is not a design phase yet. It's a massing exercise. We're taking profiles of other buildings around the area, and we're trying to bring something that speaks time and place, okay? We have considered taking those gables out and shortening the massing of the towers. We have considering of stepping back the balcony as well. This doesn't mean that this is gonna be designed like that. We still have another review after this one.
Also, we're very careful on not to replicate, styles and existing elements. However, I do have to say that you do see this throughout Hyde Park, where you see parapet profiles that kind of raise up in the shape of a gable or an arch. The only thing is that nowadays we do not design that way. We do not work that way. Nowadays, if we're going to do anything like that, it's going to have a function, and that is the reason of this roof gables.
Yeah.
They have a function, but they also sort of emulate that profile.
They give identity. Some of the other styles that are there have the bungalow aircraft style or some Tudor style, and so we're not marrying to any style, but we're picking up the lines and creating something that is time and place, and it's a statement, and it has personality, it has its own characteristic.
So you don't object to
No.
breaking that down?
Not at
and
all.
sort of
No.
bringing it back
This
to?
is all conceptual design for the moment. We're
Thank
just
you.
doing the PD massing.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions.
Yeah.
Go ahead. There, in your site plan here, it looks like there is sort of where your corner is here, and then we've sliced. So I wanted to get the setback where you're abutting the most adjacent property.
Over here?
Up
Site plan?
in the middle, up, right there.
This?
Nope, in the corner where you slice.
Oh, here, right?
Nope, that first house.
Yes.
Yep, in the rear of their property, you slice a corner where it looks like your setback reduces from the 5 feet.
Oh, the little,
Yep, right there.
little vertical line.
Yeah, that,
Oh, yeah.
that, we've gone through a couple of different iterations of that. The one that actually has been submitted for zoning, I believe it continues, through. That's, that happened when we started to, explore this corner division, what we do with it. We make it, something that's, somewhat of a public space, or maybe there's an art piece, but, that can be maintained by the neighbors, under contractual obligation under HOA. That's when that happened so basically, we're also not opposed to go back and squaring this off,
Are you proposing to maintain the 5-foot setback? Or are you proposing to cut into it?
No, there's a 5-foot setback.
Yeah, for now, we're not asking for any waivers. So.
No variances or waivers or anything, it's just,
Okay.
yeah.
Excuse me, where is the tree that is so prominent in the backyard?
It's right here, I can show you
Yeah,
real
let's-
quick on a landscape plan. Go to the landscape drawings.
The landscape drawings are here. Yeah, this one, right? Yeah.
Zoom into that. So this is an existing, hold on.
Can you
Could you
zoom
zoom in?
Yeah,
that?
I will. So this is the tree that I was referring to on that section. And that's, again, if we keep going down, this is the proposed landscape plan. It is to remain, so.
So you're proposing, what is the tree that you're proposing in your 5-foot setback there?
That's this, he's talking about these trees right here. That's,
Oh, it says a crepe myrtle,
Yeah.
right?
yeah. but
Okay.
That's not what we,
Multi-trunk, yeah.
Yeah. And,
Okay.
I guess, if I can, to answer one of the questions earlier, there are ways of dealing with the foundation where it could easily allow
Yeah.
a landscape buffer there.
Any additional questions?
I have no further questions.
All right, the applicant is allowed 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, again, thank you, Jim Porter again for the record. I would like to address a few concerns that were brought up tonight. I will note, and this has been said throughout the meeting, that we did have several neighborhood meetings, including one at Kate Jackson Park. I'm going to include the sign-in sheet for that. And we tried to the best extent possible incorporate all the concerns. Some of these came as a surprise to us tonight, quite frankly. Other ones were, as Andy said, put onto the site plan. I'm going to put that into the record. We do have one letter of support from Dominic Graziano. I'm going to show you where he lives, and also use this graphic to illustrate a point that I think is important. So if we could do the Elmo. So I want to orient you. We're along Howard Avenue. This is the site, and as has been alluded to all night, it's a very irregularly shaped site. This is Mr. Graziano's home right here. You can see it abuts our property. What's important for this, I think, to understand, and it really illustrates the tension between what the comp plan contemplates and issues of historic preservation as it deals with your historic Hyde Park guidelines. This here is residence R35. This is CMU 35, which is a pretty intense category. And along here you have Bella's, Sally O'Neill's, and that sort of starting the commercial pin. And this is R10. When you combine the irregularly shaped piece of property with the mixed comp plans, you come out with an allowability for up to 12 dwelling units. We're only asking for 8. And then you balance between how do you get that number of units on a site that's like this and honor the existing neighborhood, but also be realistic about Howard Avenue and Hills and the park. When you talk about adjacent sites, the property immediately adjacent to us here, you'll recall you saw photos, they're condos. There's absolutely no pedestrian-friendly aspect to that at all. They're like uses, to us, but they're not as done as sensitively to the Howard Avenue corridor with creating a pedestrian-friendly environment. Along here, which is also adjacent and part of DeSoto, you have, I believe it's R83, which is a much more intense category, and you have the introduction of multifamily along there as well. And of course, as you get closer to Bayshore, you have some very large structures. So when you talk about the district overall, the immediate neighborhood and adjacent sites, it's a much more complex question than just what just happens on this part of DeSoto. That's certainly incredibly important, but the bigger picture is important as well. Allowing us to do hills here and take parking off the street will really activate that greenway and activate the park in a way that's not happening right now. So I think, Madam Chair, your questions about stepping down the height are important, but it's also important to know that we have to be able to put townhouses here in order to make the project work. I'm going to introduce this into the record. This is the sign-in sheet from the Kate Jackson Park and also a letter of support. And I'm going to ask the architects there were some questions and I think some misrepresentation about the height and the rooftop use. I'm going to ask both of them to sort of go into a little more detail on that. This should be part of your record, but I'll introduce this as well.
I think we have to, how do we switch between the computer and the?
No, I think this just needs to come up.
They want to show their presentation on the computer.
There you
Oh,
go.
there it goes.
Okay. So another rooftop.
Actually, let me talk about that massing real quick.
You want us to show that?
No, I want to talk about massing real quick.
Yeah.
You're still going into your rebuttal, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I just want them to address 2 points on height and rooftops, and then we'll conclude.
Yeah.
Right.
The height is a 35 foot finished floor to finished floor. Yeah. And
Yeah, so basically, also looking at this, adjacent building, right here, the heights are the same. They have a 35-foot height to the rooftop, plus one of the neighbors mentioned they also have a 3-foot parapet on top of that, which makes it 38 feet, and then they have sort of this gable fins. So when it comes to height, and is there a reference around the area? There are a few references that can suggest that this building is compatible. I think that's it. Was there something else? No.
yeah, so we are on the allowable height and 35 feet, and then a guardrail, and then a shading device rooftop for exterior.
Okay, that concludes our rebuttal. I'll just note that again, said it a million times, there are no waivers associated with this, and I do think that's an important part of your consideration.
Yeah.
We respectfully ask for your recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
The the public hearing is now closed and commissioners will discuss the case.
Like I said, I appreciate the quality of the design, the non-historic, copying. I mean, the original geometry, the original of its time and place, very important. I think this rendering here itself, first of all, it shows exactly what we were discussing, whereas the Howard Avenue elevation and the Hills elevation are complete duplicates of each other, and I think it would be much more appropriate if the Hills Avenue elevation was a different thing. If it stepped down, if it was a different animal, it wasn't a duplication of the exact same townhouses along Howard Avenue. You use the 3-story apartments just south of you on Howard Avenue as precedent, and yet they're set back much further than you are. They're set back another 15 or 20 feet from the street, and their gables are facing interior, not to the street. Your gables are facing the street and you go from the 35 feet up to 50 feet with towers and and the gable roof canopies, which I understand and see the need for, but if it turns the corner on hills and continues into the residential neighborhood, it doesn't seem appropriate to duplicate the exact same piece on the two different streets, which have two different natures completely. I don't think the Hills elevation responds to Hills Avenue, while the Howard Avenue elevation does respond to Howard Avenue. So I have a problem with that. As do everyone who spoke here tonight have a problem with that. And even though you have a letter from someone that approves, I don't have it in my record, and they didn't come to testify.
No, it was presented.
I know, it was input into record, but we don't have it to read.
They could provide it to you if you want to read it.
Okay, I would like to read
But
it.
it is a part of the record.
Okay. But I mean, that's basically my commentary. As I think there's a lot of good things about this. I think there's ways to improve it. I don't think the big wedge that projects back from Howard Avenue towards the property lines to the east needs to be that deep. It doesn't respond to the rear neighbors very well. And I think the Hills Avenue elevation could be something else. It could be, stacked units that step down, and doesn't have to be an exact duplicate of what wraps around the corner on Howard. Like I said, there's a lot to support about it. I just don't think it's there yet, personally.
I feel that we are always caught when we get a proposal such as this, because we want to see more detail and further development, and yet we're just doing a PD. However, in this case, the PD is maximizing a lot of, it's maximizing the area, and they're saying, oh, well, it could be smaller. And even in this, in the rendering that we're looking at, if you look at the area behind the sunshades, there's that triangle of green roof, which is conceptually very nice, but the reality will probably be somewhat different. So we're kind of stuck here, but we're just making a recommendation. Now, and when this comes back, if the city approves it, then it will come back to us. However, I too don't feel as though it's, I want to allow the amount of latitude that this design gives the architects and the developer. I also feel that the hills elevation, or that the units along hills need to be treated somewhat differently, and without compromising the sense of place of the entire development. I think that that's possible. And I think that I think it's quite possible that the city council will have a different opinion. But I am not ready to, I'm not ready to approve this, or I'm not ready to recommend this to the city council. I think the architects know that they have a difficulty along Deacle, and they've really chosen not to address it.
Hills and DeSoto.
DeSoto, yeah.
As mentioned before, a PD is typically reviewed with respect to its immediate and then its general context. And what we're looking at here tonight is a proposal that maximizes its developmental potential. And just because a statement can be made that a certain element or grouping of elements or grouping of buildings is compatible with its neighbors does not necessarily make it so. My compatriot here has mentioned that he has done townhouses before. I have lived in cities of wall-to-wall townhouses. One of the things I do not see here at all is how these townhouses meet their street fronts. What does that front porch look like? What does that entrance look like? What is the presence of these dwellings, individual dwellings, on the immediate pedestrian street that they're trying to rebuild? To me, that front porch, you know, from a townhouse perspective, was really the lifeblood.
And I think a front porch would become part of a CA, not
No,
part
no,
of a
it would
PD.
be, but you would think that impact in terms of what that happens to a building volume or a setback would be at least represented in some fashion at this point in time. What I see is a block building to the street front, to the property lines. Now, I can understand the pressures for you know, maximizing development, but there are still plenty of examples of some old school apartment buildings, the brick buildings, in Hyde Park and in the immediate environs here in the areas in and around Hyde Park, which would be used or could have been used more as a telling touchstone as to what to do with a big building and big building massing.
Agreed, and I think we all understand that the Hyde Park corridor is larger structures, higher roof heights.
Mhm.
But I don't think that there is this particular objection to the Howard Avenue. I'm a little concerned that all of the grate massing, so the elevator shaft as well as the roof gables or the pool gables, have been brought all the way to the front of the facade. But we're looking at essentially 3 street fronts. One was focused heavily on during the presentation. We got a little bit of the other 2, and I don't believe that the Hills elevation has been considered as like that, as the middle. It's the middle street between the residential on DeSoto and the larger commercial mixed use on Howard. It's just,
You don't see the good fit.
right, it's been duplicated 8 times to get around a corner, and then it drops down to that porch height on the, which I appreciate. I understand that street view is being respected, but there's a marriage in between Howard and DeSoto.
I see that porch of DeSoto in much ways. I see the rooftop as being really a marketing tool, and being actually quite superfluous to the nature of what do we do with the massing of this building. I think it kind of blows the entire massing situation out of the water.
So the recommendation to City Council, whether for or against, we need to include specific reasons for or conditions for, so that our intention and our input in the project is understood by City Council. It's not, but they're not here to listen, so you gotta communicate it as well as we can.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out also around the corner on the DeSoto street that the gable reference to the gables of the houses down the street is not, it's almost, I'll be honest with you, it reminded me of like Mr. Potato Head. There's an attached kind of piece to the facade that doesn't really, the rest of the building doesn't reflect the massing. And I really do think the Hills to DeSoto elevation needs a lot more work for me to recommend this to go to the City Council in any way, shape, or form.
So, Kamaria Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office. So, for purposes of making your motion, you could move to recommend City Council approve the rezoning as presented, or you could recommend City Council deny the rezoning as presented. If you want to recommend approval with conditions, you could certainly do that, but there are actions in which this board has to take this evening. So it's approve,
Yep.
approve with conditions, or deny.
Correct. And either way, we have for reasons that, so that, I think that part is really important, because, again, they're not here to hear it.
Move to recommend City Council deny ARC 22-351, rezoning 22-56 for the property located at 1502 South Howard Avenue for the proposed rezoning from PD to PD for the following reasons: the neighborhood concerns and ARC concerns regarding building heights along Hills and DeSoto have yet to be addressed.
I can second that motion.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Kamaria Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office. Will one of the commissioners please make a motion to receive and file all the documents that were received this evening at the public hearing?
I move that the staff for the ARC receive and file to the record all documents received this evening with respect to this.
All of the cases.
All cases.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.